Merp. Hello, 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 hello. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. Okay, hi everyone. Hello, hello. Good morning, good evening. Wherever you are, how are you? Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Hi there. Editing time. Editing time today. As you can see, I will be editing the chapter 1136 review. I was gonna work on the Robin Sanji video, but I'll definitely be video recording that one tonight for sure. I cannot not do that tonight, so I have to work on this, and also because I gotta get it out because there's no break week. I love break weeks, guys. You don't understand. I've really come to appreciate break weeks. Alright, so let's get into it. You may work with me, observe, whatever. I am your animal in a cage, monkey in a cage, and I'm doing my little dance. And you can dance with me if you like. This is not the editing overlay. There we go. Alright. Name of the music in the intro is Space Racer by Bad Snacks. Oh yeah, fuck, there are no spoilers, thank you. Hang on, let me put on music first. Do not talk about chapter. It's crazy, I didn't have that up for like a second yesterday. And I had one or two people come and say, oh, we have like things that's out about it now. Like to come in and talk about it. And I was like, this is crazy. I didn't get spoiled by anything, but I could see that people were wanting to talk about it. So yes, I suppose the pin is very necessary. Thanks guys. I see you. You know who you are. Hang on. I need to put my little fellas up on screen. There they are. Incoming! Beautiful. Oh my god. Good Morgan. There it is. Oh! Sorry, I didn't mean to fling them so fast. Alright, let's get this audio done. Back to audio editing. Hi, Boisa. Hello, why can't I hear anything? That's why. Pasted. It's because birthday yesterday, I just didn't want to work, but I had to stay up because I had to break my sleeping schedule so I could record at night. I only record at night, and the recordings can go for like 3 to 4 hours, so I need to be up and awake by like at 9 PM I have to be awake, and that's usually when I start. Sometimes later, depending on if there's like noises happening. Hi. I feel a lot more calm today with editing. I don't know what happened yesterday. I was just like, my whole body was saying, I don't want to! I mean, I say I don't know, I know what was going on, and again, it's because I didn't have it, the recording done, so my head was going, You were cheating. You cannot be going to the like, because editing is to me is the fun part. So my head was going, you're cheating. You haven't gotten the worst parts out of the way yet. You can't edit yet. It's going. Smelly Melly. That's been a thing ever since I was a child in school. Ever since my parents called me Smelly Melly out of the womb. MelonTeee. It's like an endearing little name, I think. Smelony? I think Smelony is a good one. Why do you think I like the Stinkmen so much? I connect with them. Why do you think I bully Zoro so much? I see myself in him. And I have to bully him for that. I want to join the Stinkmen. Not only do I want to join the Stinkmen, they work like under Loki. That's... Why would I not want to join them? I actually smell like beautiful body creams and perfume. Thank you very much. No one said I smell bad. I just smell. Vivi to give me a bath. Please. Normalize bathing once a week. Look, I'll be honest with you guys. For my streams, right? I do shower before my streams. However, if I am not going outside and I don't have anything, and like no one's coming over, I don't have any events on, I'm not going outside, what is the point? Why bathe? Like, no one's seeing me, I'm not seeing anyone, I'm not going outside into the stinky world with my stink. So why? What's the point? Like, if I have 3 days of doing nothing, absolutely nothing, I'm not going out, what's the point? Right? What's the point? And then after you take, like, you take that shower after 3 days because you're actually doing something, you feel brand new. I'm only a stinky stinker when no one's seeing me, I am seeing nobody. The pheromones. That's right, it's like a scientific thing, isn't it? If you like someone's natural musk, apparently you're like biologically compatible. But no one cares about that. Twitch wants me to show everyone I'm a good little sub. Not with the Sanji mode, but thank you for the sub. You've been here for 11 months, Poo Stain Deluxe. That's crazy, because I swear your, like, name... did you have another name before this? Or have I always giggled at your name for 11 months without knowing? Now, I'll tell you guys this. If I get this editing done, and the sun hasn't gone down, we can play some Mario Party. You like my little guys? Watch this. Oop, oop. I can juggle them. I can do things with them. Oop. Isn't that cool? Leave them alone! I'll probably add motion. I didn't want to add motion yesterday, also because I was requested not to. If someone says please no motion, then I will not add motion. What I get Sanji to do if he existed? Be my, live-in maid. He will clean my house and he will cook for me. I like using one Joy-Con. I know that's like apparently an insane thing to say, but I like my one Joy-Con. Sanji's going in a French maid suit, thank you very much. A French maid fit. Tiny baby hands. These tiny baby hands love Joy-Cons. Which one gave me arthritis? Did I just... Of course fucking all of you are in the VC, sorry. My annoying Discord oomfies. I see you. I bet you're having a giggle. Oomfies. Oomfies or oomfies? Oompa loompas. Oh god. Oh my god, hi! I just mentioned you yesterday. I was going through my Mario Party cards about games, like games I played with people. And you were there. And I was like, damn, I haven't seen Orcs in a while. Thank you for the sub. Sorry, I call you Orcs. I hope that's okay. Orcs. It's the Australian urge to shorten everything, I think. Hello, hello, hope you've been well. I do indeed miss Yoshi in the Mario Party streams. Yoshi and his weird man hands. I am also bad with names, yes. What do you get called if not Lee? Did you get called Lax? Siggy's, Brecky, Donny, Mackie's. Chippies. That's my favorite one. Chippies. Bickies. Leela. Oh, yeah. It's just everyone's names are like, you know, combined with things, so my brain just finds the most simplest combination of letters. I apologize. Borga. Lee? Okay, good. Thank you. Choice. I got more hummus and cucumbers last night, by the way. Thank God. It's currently my fixation food. I cannot stop eating it. I am crouched over my slop bucket of hummus with my sticks of cucumber. You find Aussie history so interesting when you hear it. What the fuck is interesting about Aussie history? Not even Australians want to learn about, like, white Australian history. Because it's so boring. Aside from the atrocities that we committed, which was some of the most horrible in the world, by the way. I bet they don't tell you that. But white Australian history is it's so nothing. It was just where they sent the convicts, yeah. We have like two things. Again, aside from the atrocities. Like the actual serious terrible atrocities. We have two things, and that's we're a land of convicts and gold rush. That is literally it. Nemo. I'm jealous of Luffy because in my school we didn't even have Aboriginal Australian studies. I think you're younger than me, so I feel that's more of a new thing. But also, I was in a state that was let's say not very forward. I sure hope I didn't. Since I'm not actually from the state that I grew up in. To this day, I still don't quite understand why we moved there. One day Brig's gonna say something in here and someone's gonna take it seriously, and then I'm gonna get cancelled on twitter.com because, oh my god, someone in Mel's chat said this about her and no one said anything. No one denied it. This has to be true. Cassie, that makes it worse. With the things Briggs says, that makes it so much worse. Have I told you guys, I think I've explained this once, but this still is absolutely insane to me. Have I told you guys the way my grading system worked in the state that I grew up? I cannot tell you how much I fucking hated the state I grew up in. And I will happily, like, if my parents are here listening, Mum and Dad, I'm sorry. I did not like the state that you moved to. I apologize. But, because sometimes they comment on my stream. But, have I told you guys the way that my education worked in the state in Australia where I had to grow up? We had a system where, by the way, this is the only system, I'm pretty sure, the only state that uses this system. And I think they've changed it because my dad works in education, but I think he said it's worse now. And now he's retired! He got sick and tired of it. Because, for context, my dad is a high school teacher, and he was trying to push a different, education system, a different program through the schools of, the state we were in. Which was good. It was just, it was very, I wouldn't say it was selective, but a lot of the courses you could take in that system was very small. Like, it was very, very, it was very in a box, I want to say. But it was a good system. But, the way it worked is only you could take all these courses you wanted in, high school. A lot of them went towards, like, your final grade, right? But math, science, and English were the three things that actually counted the most. It didn't really matter what else you took. If you didn't take an English, and you didn't take a math, and you didn't take a science of some kind, you were just straight up fucked. Like, you would not at all get a good final, like, exam grade, no matter what. And not only that, the entire cohort's grade depended on your grade as well. So if you are in a cohort where, let's say, so the way it worked is it scores from 1 to 25. 25 was the worst, 1 was the best. If you are in a cohort where, so let's say your average score could be 5, right? If you're in a cohort where everyone around you gets like a 15 to a 20, that 5 will be moved to an 8 to a 10 for you. If you're in a cohort where your average is 5 and everyone else gets like, I'll say a 10 to a 5, your 5 could go up to like a 3 or something. But of course, that doesn't tend to happen because cohorts all have different areas of people. Do you know what I mean? Like different talents that everyone has, and some people are not good at taking exams. I was not. You would just be absolutely fucked. And if you were in a cohort where the average grade was just dog shit, you had to pray. You had to pray for the life of you that you could get a good enough like final grade to be able to go to a good university, or to go to like any university that was like outside of the state, right? And because of that, so many students would move schools to a school that had a higher average so they could get a better grade. Or schools would reject students that were not smart enough to get that average grade. Or they would try and stop some students from taking the final exam because it would impact the final average and the final grade for everyone else. And you can imagine how much, not only we all hated that, but my dad, who was an educator, hated that. He hated the fact that you couldn't help the kids. You had to kind of just push them out. Like, that's what was encouraged. Why that was a thing? God, who knows? But that's the state I grew up in, and that's how that worked. And it was just terrible. And we had someone who had we had a few people who got scholarships, right? For their for a program that they were part of Australian-wise. It was an Aboriginal Australian, Torres Strait Australian scholarship, because it was Australia and education schools trying to push education amongst Aboriginal and Torres Strait Australians, which is fantastic, by the way. That's awesome. But someone in our school, they got that scholarship, and we were like, yippee. And then she said, now I don't have to try on the test. And we all went, oh my god, please try on the test. We were like, we're happy for you with the scholarship, but please try on the test because your grade's going to impact everyone's grade. Hello? Hello, KK Slider. But, like, we were ecstatic for her because that's an awesome scholarship to get. But we were like... But because the only way she could get the scholarship was to just take the test. It didn't matter what she got on the final test, she just had to take it. And again, that is fucking fantastic. But it's in a system where everyone's grade impacts everyone else's grade. So we were like begging her, can you please just try on the test? We're begging you. Because we don't have any scholarships and we want to get into good universities. So yeah, that shit was just insane. I'll never get over that. And I don't know how it works now, but apparently it's worse, and I don't know how it's worse. Right? Getting punished so collectively. How? I don't know what the thought process was there. Anyways, that was so arse, and I'll never get over that. She would have queened out, and we fucking were like, yippee. But, again, it's not exactly queening out when, you know your grade is gonna make everyone else's grade drop if you, like, get, like, if this person got a 25, which again was the lowest, that would have massively affected everyone else's grade. And we were like, please! Anyway, my point is, I just cannot believe like, that's the education I grew up in that state. And you can imagine why I wanted to get out of there so fast. My goal was literally get out of that state and go to a state with, like, universities that I actually wanted to obviously go to, an education that I wanted to take. And I did. I loved my university course. You think we didn't tutor each other? Of course we did. But if your grades did not go up, you were discouraged from taking that test. Yeah. Luca, you know it. You know what I'm talking about. How arse was that, right? I took a screen production course. I grew up in Queensland. Yep, did not do an ATAR. Nope. Queensland at the time did not have ATAR, we only had the other system. ATAR, I'm pretty sure, is the usual Australian system. I always found it funny because in America, the South is like what I would say the bogan states, or you guys would call, I guess, redneck states. And then in Australia, the North are the bogan states. But yeah, it was terrible because, like, students, of course, they wanted to help each other. But if the help wasn't eventually working, and again, they were discouraged to take the test and they still wanted to take the test, you'd have other students going, oh my god. Like, it felt like people would just turn against each other. It was a horrible system. It was a terrible, terrible system. I just feel so bad for my dad as well, who was really, like, he hated it. He was really trying to help the kids. And then apparently it's worse now. I don't know what it is now. I have to ask him. Squid Games. What I'm saying is, guys, it's a miracle I'm here making these videos in the state I'm currently in. This is chill Nintendo music. I feel like Metroid does not have the most chill music. It's always unnerving. Is that how bad it is, Luca? And you were one of the last to do OP. I think I was also one of the last to do OP. My grade was like a weird guinea pig grade. We kept doing all these practice tests, I remember, for like different like exam types. And all of us were pissed because we were like, why the fuck are we taking our time doing this? They were like experimenting on us. We were also one of the last cohorts, I remember. I think 3 more after us took that same same system. And then now it's newer, and now apparently it's worse. And now I'm hearing from you as well. It is worse. God. So yeah, look, if you guys are, if anyone plans to move to Australia in the near future, and you have anyone to enroll in like school, do not go to Queensland. You're cooked if you do that. Queensland has beautiful environments, very beautiful environments, but in regards to the state itself, it doesn't exactly feel safe. Like, Queensland's a very big tourist area, And a lot of tourists don't know that Queensland isn't like the safest of areas. It depends, of course, where you are. Like if you're in the city of Brisbane, you have a much more safer environment. But if you go anywhere outside of Brisbane in Queensland, do not like stay outside at night, because it's very poorly lit in so many areas and there's a lot of dangerous people around. Yeah, that's right, COVID sweeped in. Like, I don't hate Queensland or anything, but as a queer woman, I definitely did not exactly feel the safest there. And I definitely didn't feel the most accepted there. And I have a friend who's also queer, and they went from Queensland to where I am now, and she immediately noticed the difference in the air regarding the safety that she felt, which I felt too. I'd love to go to the Philippines. I have so many places I want to go. Oh. There's absolutely beautiful, beautiful environments in Queensland, don't get me wrong. Like the rainforest and the reef, but it's just... It's a good holiday spot, not a good living spot, in my opinion. Look, my next holiday destination of choice is China. I don't know where in China, but I have been desperate to go to China simply because of like the environments that they have there and the history that they have there. And Sarah and I have both been like itching to go, and we're trying to make a list that we can one day execute. I want to go to the city with all the stairs so bad. You have no idea. So bad do I want to go to the city with all the stairs. I'm obsessed with it. I need to climb those stairs. You still live in Queensland and study animation in South Bank. Haven't heard anything bad happen, but I've heard plenty of horror stories from your friends, especially in Fort... Yeah. I remember there was a terrible, it was like in a Brisbane, like, public park. There was like... I feel like this happens every year. Someone, like, gets murdered in Brisbane, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? But it was like a whole thing, because I think she was kind of well known. She was some Australian personality, and she got attacked in a Brisbane public park at night. Look, I'm simply not... I'm just not much of a Queensland fan, I'm afraid. Look, I can tell you this. Me and my friend in high school, both of us, gay as hell. I moved states, he moved Canada. He was iconic for that. I'm so happy for him. All I know is he's always hiking, and he's always got beautiful, like, photos of, like, the scenic, like, environments that he's seen in Canada, and I'm like, fuck, I need to visit him. Where would you visit in Australia? Definitely Melbourne. Look, you should go to Queensland for like 2 days just to see the environment. Just make sure you're in a nice hotel. Perth, I'm not too sure about, but from what I've heard of people in Perth, there is nothing in Perth. And I'm not saying this as someone who... Because I don't feel either way about Perth, but I know people who live in Perth. And they said there's fucking nothing here. And I was like, okay. Melbourne you should come to for the food. Melbourne has very, very, very good food. And also a lot of art exhibitions that are on. Call me crazy, but does West Australia also ignore West Australia? Like, do you know what I mean? Like I said, I know people from Perth and they say there's fucking nothing in Perth. And you should go to Sydney as well. You can see the Opera House. It's not my favorite city in the world, but like the Sydney Zoo, like it's iconic. And I do think it's still worth the trip. But yeah, Melbourne for the food and probably for the art. Sydney, what food should you get? Just look up any kind of cuisine or like Italian food and also a lot of East Asian food. So like Thai food, Vietnamese food, Japanese food, South Korean food. South Korean barbecue, we have tons of them here. They are so fucking good. Melbourne has so many good restaurants and fusion restaurants. There is nothing in Adelaide. I like Adelaide. I think it's a nice spot, but I don't know what to see there. Adelaide has, I think, like wine factory or like wine like orchids, I think, which are probably worth to see. Speaking of, I actually am going to Adelaide with Sarah and we are doing like a wine like factory and orchid tour there. So I'll tell you if it's worth anything. Do not go to Canberra, by the way. It's our capital, and it's bum. There is nothing there. I've talked about this. I hate Canberra. Nearly everyone in Australia hates Canberra because it's literally just Parliament, and that's it. There is fucking nothing in Canberra. Australia does not have any castles, to my knowledge. We are way... This is what I mean. White Australia, we have no fucking, like... We are too young. As a, again, I say white nation because Aboriginal Australia is a lot more rich in history and culture than white Australia could ever be. But yeah, by the time the British came to Australia, they stopped building castles. Yeah, white Australia is so young. Hi! But yeah, best cities to go to... Sydney, Melbourne, maybe Perth. I don't know what's in Perth. Brisbane, I guess? I'm only saying I guess because, I wouldn't go to Queensland for Brisbane. I'd go to Queensland for the rainforest and the reef. And I don't know if you can access that through Brisbane. Oh, you can go to the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast in Queensland. That's like the tourist spot because the beaches are really, really nice. And it's got a lot of nice restaurants, hotels, things to do. It's got like theme parks. Our theme parks are fucking nothing to American theme parks, by the way. If you're coming to the Gold Coast for theme parks and you've seen like American theme parks, you will be sorely disappointed. Yeah, I've been to the Outback, I suppose, depending on what you categorize. But yes, I've seen all that red dirt. Oh, the steak is so fucking good. If you come to Melbourne, make sure you eat steak. Like any steakhouse. Just, you know, look at the reviews, but you can... The reviews are very trustworthy. The Outback is just Outback Australia. It's literally Outback. We don't have bloomin' onions. I'm pretty sure we don't. I have never seen a bloomin' onion. That is American propaganda of Australia. Well, I mean, I haven't seen Uluru. I'd love to see Uluru, I must say, but then I have to go to Alice Springs. Oh my god, who the fuck wants to go to Alice Springs? I'd like to see it, but oh my god, do I not want to go to Alice Springs. Alice Springs, by the way, is in the very center of Australia. And it's such bumfuck nowhere town. I like... And it's also, like, dangerous as well. So it's like... I am scared to go there. I do not know much or anything really about New Zealand cities, no. Oops. The bugs can be scary depending on where you are. So if you go to Queensland, you're going to get the huge bugs, like massive. You're going to get the golden orb web spiders. You're going to get the tarantulas. You're going to get the huntsman spiders. You're going to get huge centipedes. You're going to get massive moths if you're scared of moths. Huge butterflies. Just big beetles all around. Hi. I don't think... Do we have scorpions? That's a good question. I don't actually know if we do have scorpions. But we have deserts, so in my head I'm like... I feel like we should. We do? Yeah. Queensland also has like fire ants. Whip scorpions aren't scorpions. Then why the fuck are they called scorpions? Who did that? For laughs? Well, that's what I mean. You can go to Queensland, but you will get hit with a humid wall. I hate the humidity there, and you will see many a bug. Like, the bugs are scarier. The bugs and the snakes are scarier than any, like, mammal animal. However, I do love our marsupials. I love our critters, I must say. Oh yeah, we got stonefish, we got box jellyfish, we got conch shells as well. Wait, is that what they're called? Basically, Australia has a, we also got lionfish, they're also poisonous. We've also got itakanji, irugani. Little living! I'm pretty sure it's itakanji, not irugani. Conch shells. Now I know those are the shells that you like hear things out, but like, they're called like conch shell snails or something. I think is what they're called. Cone snails, is that what they're called? Those snails, for those who don't know, they're literally like a snail that lives in like a pointy shell. And they just have like one long like snail snout, and they have one long barb that they stick out, and that can kill like 20 people. Like, if it pokes you, you're dead. So whenever I was growing up, in Queensland, I was like around beaches, I was always advised, do not pick like the long pointy shells up, because you might have, the snail might be in there. The snail that kills you. Literally the snail that is coming to kill you. Oh, and we have blue-ringed octopuses as well. Don't touch them. Yeah, the snail that is going to kill you. However, we do have the dancing sea slugs. The ones that are super colorful and they look like they're like, Olay. I like them a lot. The nudie brackets, I think they're called. They're like a... Is that what they're called? Nudie branches. Yeah, nudie branch. That's what they're called. We have those. I like them a lot. Nudie branches are not deadly. They're just cute. Look, this is what they look like. I really like them. Nudie branch. Oh, don't look at that. They're super colorful. I'm a huge fan. Yeah, we have cassowaries. We have cassowaries. We also have cassowary warning signs. If you ever see a cassowary, do not approach. They are very scary. This music, oh my god. To the festival music. We also have a tree called a stinging tree. And the way the tree works is it has thousands and thousands and thousands of little barbs on it. And they're like little glass, like needle barbs. And if you get touched by it, you will just break out in an extremely painful rash. And wait, I fucking hate these things, but the name of them is really fun. We have a plant called Wait a While, and what it does is it's covered in like thorns, and it grabs your clothes, and you have to pick out the thorns one by one. Like the thorns don't come with you, you get caught by the bush, and you have to pick it out. And it's called Wait a While, because if you get caught, you have to wait a while. And that's why they're named that. I hate them, but it's a fun little name. Our exploding trees are gum trees, eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus trees, their life cycle is to literally burn. They are literally made to burn and like still survive. Because they burn to make fertile soil for their seed pods. And when they burn, their seed pods explode. Like eucalyptus trees have such a high oil in like their leaves, because those leaves are made to just burn under the Australian sun. Yeah, I am so sorry Australia gave California all those eucalyptus trees. The second I heard that is when I was like, oh my fucking god, that's why you guys keep getting fires. I don't know why you don't chop those trees down. I don't know what that one is. Guy with 3 eyes. Well, what I found out is we gave you eucalyptus trees because we told you they're good for like wood and they're good for like building. That's a fucking lie. You don't fucking build anything out of eucalyptus wood because it's way too hard and way too difficult to work with. We just wanted the money and we fucked you. We fucked you. We just straight up lied. And now you keep getting bushfires. You keep getting Australian level bushfires. It does take a while to rid of an invasive species, but are you guys working to do that? Or do you just leave them, is my thing. For a while, I thought for some reason you were just leaving the trees there. tree that wants to kill you. I've never heard of that guy with 3 eyes. Hang on, let me look that up. Oh, it's the stinging tree! Ah! I had a feeling. I was like, most painful plant you can be stung by in Australia. The stinging tree. I didn't know its government name. We just know it as stinging tree. Or plant that wants to kill you. Yeah, no, this shit is ass. I mean, it stings you, so of course we call it stinging tree. Hobbit houses are in New Zealand. I've been to New Zealand, it was just when I was little. Actually, it takes less time to get to New Zealand than it does to fly across Australia. It's like 3 hours to get to New Zealand. Dude, I had a friend in school. New Zealand is like so close to us that we'll have like ski trips in New Zealand. For like school ski trips. I had a friend that did the ski trip in New Zealand. And I asked him, have you ever been overseas? And he said no. And I looked at him and said, didn't you go to New Zealand for the ski trip? And he said, yeah. And I went, that's overseas, mate. He went, is it? I said, if you had to pull out your passport, yes. You went overseas. Now you can tell people that. I'll never forget that. I think he thought New Zealand was a part of Australia, yeah. Ah, yes, the signature footwear is indeed thongs. Oh my god, my dear old grandma, when we were living in Queensland, she came to visit us. And, my dad, who is her son, we were going out into the town, as we call it, and, he was wearing thongs. And she was, like, angry, and she was like, "You can't wear that to the city!" And he was trying to explain to her, you are overdressed if you wear anything but thongs. That's also one of the reasons why I hated living there. Everyone just... like, there's a casualness, right? There's a casualness to, like, there's a good thing to casualness and wear. But if you want to dress up, everyone fucking looks at you. And it doesn't feel like it's good looks. It feels like, what the fuck are they wearing that for? Like, if you try and wear red lipstick in, like, where I grew up, that's weird. Because no one is that dressed up. I hated it. Yes, I mean, what do you guys call it? Flip-flops. Whatever. Well, Bertha, me and my friend, because we both moved from that state, we talk about that. Like, it feels so good to be able to, like, dress up if we want to without feeling out of place. Be able to wear nice red lipstick without looking like we're too good or something, you know? Like, that's the looks you would get. It was just a weird place. The convicts were sent everywhere. Queensland was one of them, but they were sent everywhere. I've talked about this. I'm from South Australia originally. And the reason my accent isn't very strong, like Australian-wise, like Bogan-wise, is because South Australia is where all the rich people went. There were no convicts to begin with in South Australia. It's very different now. South Australia is definitely not a classy place. Or like, you know, super classy. Now here's my question. Do we think the Harley is actually pornoglyphs? Because a lot of people are convinced it is. But I'm not totally convinced. Like the Harley from chapter 1136, right? Because a lot of people are saying it's going to be pornoglyphs. But I'm thinking, what if it is like a lost language? And Robin will work to decode it with, like, Vegapunk and Saul. Right? Because I'm thinking, I feel like it might not be pornoglyphs and we're just jumping to that conclusion. Something older than the pornoglyphs is also what I thought, yeah. Because we don't know how relatively new the pornoglyphs are in the history of One Piece. Or I don't think we really do know. But an older language that is hard to decode but is similar to the pornoglyphs makes sense to me. Because Robin is there with Saul, Robin's there with Vegapunk, and Robin's there with Chopper, and Chopper's a little book nerd. I'd like to see those three plus Chopper try and work together to decode this. But it could also just be pornoglyphs. Either way, I'm not too fussed, but I'm thinking, are we jumping the gun with thinking that the Harley is just pornoglyphs? Because wouldn't it be interesting if Robin sees it and we think, oh, she's going to read it, and then she says, it's familiar, but I can't read it. And we go, oh! Because my thought is, do we need to earn the original text of what is the Harley? Do you know what I mean? Like, would Oda give that to us straight away? I don't know. Well, Thrash, the thing is, the Giants have been very closed off from the world, and now we know this. And it seems that they don't really have knowledge of to a global extent really at all. And poneglyphs, I believe, were more of a global knowledge. Goldie, Roger, and Law could not what? Goldie, Roger, and Law could not understand the poneglyphs. What? Law could not read that shit. Neither could Roger. Roger had Odin for the poneglyphs. He couldn't read them. And Law couldn't read shit. He just wanted to see the poneglyph. If anyone else could read the poneglyphs, they would be hunted down. Law most definitely cannot read the poneglyphs. Like, that'd be a huge thing to have to learn. Well, that's what I thought. I thought that the Giants were all pirates, but apparently it wasn't that Giants were all pirates. It's just that the seas were ruled by the giant pirates, which was Dorian Broggy. I think that's a different thing. I don't think all pirates are giants. I think that was a misinterpretation. But I don't know. I'm kind of lost there, I must say. Maybe we will find out that giants used to sail all around the world. Since they were Vikings, right? And that would make sense. But how long ago was that? So like 400 years ago? It makes sense Vikings-wise, because they're meant to be Vikings. But in regards to poneglyphs, I just don't know how much they know. Due to poneglyphs, I don't know the time frame of poneglyphs. Also, what do you mean Roger can hear the poneglyphs? What does that mean? Hear them? Is there a scene of Roger hearing the poneglyphs? I was gonna say, I don't think the poneglyphs speak. Because he can hear voice of all things, but I don't think the... Yeah, that's the voice of all things. I was gonna say, I don't think anyone can hear the poneglyphs. I don't know where that's coming from. Anyways. Voice of all things if this thing is alive. I don't think the poneglyphs have life in them. No one has been shown to be able to hear poneglyphs. That's totally different. Thresh, what are you talking about? A voice of... Oh, you mean with the cutting, yeah. But no, we have never seen anyone hear the poneglyphs. They've heard other things, like Zunisha and the Neptunians. But not poneglyphs. That's never ever been shown before. If poneglyphs were embodied with something, that would be cool, but so far that's total speculation. We've never seen that before. But My point is, I'm half-half on the Harley being, poneglyphs, and the Harley not being poneglyphs, or being something similar to the poneglyphs. But it's gonna be something Robin and her team are gonna have to decode. Heard Enma communicate by the skeleton or Grim Reaper he saw. We have no idea that Enma was connected to the skeleton. Also, the swords actually do have life in them, and we know that because we were told that. Zoro's always been able to, like, or to an extent, hear his swords. We know that the swords or the katanas, because they're cursed and they have a life in them. That is totally different from the poneglyphs. Also, the Grim Reaper was not Enma. At least, I do not believe it was. I think that was Zoro tripping out. Because he'd just been drugged the fuck up and he just took tons of pain, which was doubled because of the drug that he took. But Zoro's swords are not the poneglyphs. Zoro's swords have their own thing going on. Either way, I'm not saying poneglyphs do not have aura in them. I'm saying that that's right now, that is entirely speculation. We've never seen anyone hear anything from the poneglyphs. That's just a theory right now. I'll believe you when I see it. Like if Luffy goes, oh my god, I can hear the poneglyphs. Alright, you got it. But never ever ever have we seen that. Hello. That's probably muddied through the fan sub. Because that is definitely never brought up again. And then we see Roger in his story finding the poneglyphs. And it's with Odin. He's never going, oh, I sense a poneglyph, I can hear it. It's because he was following the line to get to the One Piece. Or to get to Laugh Tale. You can reread the scene, but what I'm saying is there was nothing in Roger's story that showed that he was, like, hearing the poneglyphs. It was all Odin helping him there. The wiki says that? That's just not true. Law did not say to Robin he could hear the poneglyphs. No, he didn't. Where is this coming from? Is this anime? What is going on? What? I need you guys to find me these manga pages. Because that's news to me. $9.66. I'm fact-checking this because that is absolutely news to me. Let's see, so that's when he runs into Odin. No, don't use the anime. Read the manga. I'm asking for the manga. I think I know the scene you're talking about, CT, and I think that's a filler scene. I don't think that was in the manga. The scene where Robin and Law talk to each other. Also, Law also couldn't hear the voice of all things. I was gonna say, Law doesn't possess that. I'm currently reading chapter 966 and I'm trying to see. So I've just gotten past him talking to Odin. And he didn't say anything to Odin there. Well, we know Law can't hear the voice of all things. That's specifically Momonosuke and Luffy. Move. He said this stone is full of strong voices. So he said this stone's easy to find because it's full of strong voices and a great power. I think that's a bit presumptuous, right? It's about the text. I think that's a bit presumptuous because he doesn't say, I found all of them. He said this one was easy to find because of the strong voices. I think that's incredibly presumptuous to say that they all hold the voice of all things. And the bell's there, right? The bell's probably the thing that holds the power, not the poneglyph. The wiki seriously says he found the poneglyphs because of the voice of all things. He never says that. This music's perfect, by the way. Anyways, what we've discovered here today, no, Law does not have the voice of all things. No, poneglyphs are not found through the voice of all things. No, Roger could not read or hear the poneglyphs. For now, we don't know if Law can, For now, we don't know if Law can hear the voice of all things, but for now, I think, you know, nothing has been said, so no. Right now, like, you guys remember, I don't work on theory. I work on what we have so far. It can be implied, but I don't see anything. So this has a bit of an implication, that's true, but it hasn't. He did not say that he found the poneglyphs with that. This must be why they said that. It was easy to find this stone. It's just packed full of strong voices. It's a story of great power, isn't it? Because he says that when he sees this one, and it's right under the fucking bell! He's probably feeling Calgata in that one. Anyways, yeah, I cool Cap. I think the wiki just jumped the gun with that. Because I would have written in the wiki, he found Skypia's stone. Chapter 507, hang on. Hang on, I'm having a look. Calm down. 507... Page 7. Hi, Rayleigh. We are pirates, so there's no way our intellects could match the project professor. No, what are they saying? You will see everything one day. It's unfortunate what happened to our hometown. Another thing, Roger didn't actually decipher those ancient writings. We are pirates, so there's no way our intellects could match the prodigal. It was able to hear the voices of all things in the world, that's all. That's it? But that also doesn't say anything. Like, what does that mean? So, he could hear things, but he couldn't decipher anything? Well, Rayleigh says that, and then the only instance we get in Roger's flashback is, oh, I heard the stone on Skypiea, or I could hear something in Skypiea. But, we know Odin. Well, I was expecting something like he could hear the poneglyphs, but it's just he was able to hear the voices of all things in the world, that's it. And this is making me think that's more a notion on a voice of all things. And that's what we're meant to look at. And also before Odin was introduced. That's what I mean, right? I think that's, again, that's a bit presumptuous. And you could hear the Sea Kings, yeah. That's what I'm reading it as. He could hear everything that has a voice, but not hear, like... but not hear everything. I guess the question does now come up, do all the poneglyphs have a voice? If so, why didn't Luffy hear them? That's the biggest thing. Why didn't Luffy hear them then? That's why I'm going, what? Because we know Luffy has that power. Yeah, this seems a bit... I think the wiki just... It's immediately jumped to he could hear the poneglyphs, and I'm not seeing that. $853 you said? Sorry, I'm on 843, my bad. I fucked up there. But Big Mom's wrong, you said. Anyways, deep dives. We need peer review on the One Piece wiki. I think the One Piece wiki should say it can be assumed or interpreted or implied that he found them through the voice of all things, but I don't think he did. Yeah, she's wrong. She is wrong. So she doesn't know. Right. What I'm seeing here is, not even they know how Voice of All Things work. So what I'm seeing here is Voice of All Things is something that seems to not really be explainable. I feel like because Roger also had no idea what was going on with them. I remember when they were in Fishman Island, and Roger was like, can you guys hear that? What the fuck is going on? I think Roger also didn't really know. Anyways. We must ask Oda, did Roger find the poneglyphs with the voice of all things? That would be a good SBS question, actually. Because depending on how he answers it, it means he's either keeping that a secret or he kind of fumbled. Well, that's what I'm saying. So the one voice we get from a poneglyph is actually under the Golden Bell in ruins. And I was like, that seems a bit... Because the Golden Bell was infused with Calgada and Nolan's own will and the Shandia tribe's will. So I was like, this is a very specific spot for us to see that. Anyways, point is, so far, I believe it can be implied, but I definitely wouldn't say that's how Roger did it. Because it's definitely weird that Luffy didn't... A, that Momonosuke didn't say anything about the poneglyphs that they were in front of, and B, Luffy also said nothing. Because if they could hear those, wouldn't Luffy say something? Wouldn't Momonosuke say something? However, the law thing's absolute cap. Law cannot read it, and Law, from what we know, does not have voiceable things. I heard nothing back in Skypiea. He was stuck in the snake! Oda, I call cap! Maybe it does develop. My thing is with Skypiea, I can say that Luffy doesn't have it yet, because that's something he would have to develop, right? But by the time he's gotten to Wano, we know he has that, so how is he not hearing the poneglyphs, you know what I mean? Not just Wano, but like Zou, you know? So Skypiea, I give him a pass. After that, really? Yeah. Poneglyphs do probably carry will, yes, that I agree with. Isn't that interesting? This shit's crazy. I hate One Piece. Well, when it comes to like devil fruits, I'm convinced devil fruits 1000% have a will. I'm convinced the fruit that Luffy ate especially had a will to find someone that could unlock it, or to find someone with the will to unlock it. Because I find it so interesting that the Gorosei said, or the elders said, it kept escaping our grasp, and it kept escaping from the world government. So it sounds like the fruit itself was searching out someone that could help it. Which is why I'm saying I do not think the path Luffy's on is a path of destiny. I think he was just, as a person, as a human, someone that the fruit saw great potential in and wanted to partner up with. Like, I don't think it's chosen boy Luffy. I think it's anyone can be Luffy. It just takes a lot of will to be the person Luffy is. But anyone can unlock that will if they want to change the world. Because I don't know why Oda's story would be only one person, actually. Only one. When we've seen Luffy is inspiring tons and tons and tons and tons of people, to the point even Bonnie replicated Luffy. So it's like, why would it be Luffy's the singular golden boy that will save the world, and not actually anyone can be Luffy? You just need that will and that power to want to chase like a change, you know? Yeah, Roger could have been Joy Boy. Kaido could have been Joy Boy. That's what I mean. I don't think it's one person is destined to be Joy Boy. It's anyone can be Joy Boy. You just need the will to want to change the world. Because I just don't know why Oda's story, from what we've seen, would be one person. Only Luffy. I think that's a bit silly. Especially with what we saw with Bonnie. At least that's where it's going for me. The special boy. And that's why, because so many people got angry at Bonnie, right? Bonnie in Gear 5. But Bonnie in Gear 5 proved my own theory, which is anyone can be Joy Boy. Anyone can unlock this liberation, and I feel like that's what Oda's showing us. And I feel like the people that got mad that happened to Bonnie is they didn't want Luffy to not be special, you know what I mean? They thought that Luffy's power was only Luffy specific because he's the chosen golden boy, and then they see Bonnie do it. And of course, if you think Luffy's the golden boy, you're going to be upset when someone else can do that. But that's my point. I don't think that's what Oda's trying to write. I think it's anyone can do this. You just need that motivation and that will to be able to do that. You're right, will is the way. And that's what I agree with as well. So, I think a lot of people who got angry at the Bonnie thing are people that probably don't have the mindset I have, which is anyone can be Joy Boy. They just want a special boy to be Joy Boy, and that's it. But if you look at it in the way I look at it, which is this can be anyone, that's the story Oda's trying to tell, suddenly the Bonnie scene makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Of why Bonnie was able to unlock that side of herself thanks to Luffy's push. Bonnie cannot copy any fruit power. The only reason she could do what she did with Luffy is because Luffy unlocked the will of liberation in her. She wanted to be free, so she saw a future of freedom. I don't think Bonnie can really see a future of giraffe. You know what I mean? Future where I turn into a giraffe. That's not how she works. Saturn said she couldn't do things she knows is impossible. Well, that's why that was so powerful, because in that moment, Luffy gave her a future that was possible, that was liberation. The way she saw Luffy's fruit is she saw Luffy as truly liberated, truly free. That's what she saw freedom is. It wasn't the fruit. It's not that. That's not what she was seeing. She was seeing freedom, and that's what her future was. So in that moment, she replicated Luffy because that's what she believed liberation was. She truly believed that could be her future. That's why that's so powerful. Luffy literally unlocked what Bonnie thought was going to be an impossible future for her. But thanks to Luffy, it wasn't impossible. Like, I absolutely love the Bonnie Gear 5 scene, because of just how powerful a moment that is for Bonnie's own self. And how happy that would have made Kuma as well, had he been aware in the moment. Right? Bonnie and Luffy. And now that all the giants are saying everyone wants to be Nika, that's only pushing my thought even more. That it seems we've entered an island where everyone's saying anyone could be and can be Nika. And now they're trying to replicate that too, right? Again, my thoughts of what Luffy's fruit is not Luffy is the special joy boy, the special golden boy. That is not what Oda's trying to say. Anyone has the possibility to be Nika, because Nika is not some god. Nika is simply freedom. Anyone has the power and the ability to be free. They just have to fight for that freedom. So Elbaf is also just continuing to prove that to me. It is not that Luffy's a special boy. He just wants freedom. There are two Luffys now, and isn't that ironic? Because again, the point is Luffy is inspiring everyone that he's seeing. Everyone. Luffy is making more Luffys. Like, I feel this is so fucking cheesy, but Oda's cheesy. The whole thing, and I feel like One Piece is gonna end with you can be Luffy. Do you know what I mean? Like, Luffy is just not one singular guy. We can all embody a Luffy in us. Like, I know that's cheesy, but Oda's cheesy, and doesn't that make sense? Like, I genuinely feel like that's what Oda's going to say. Right? It's not a bad thing. Luffy's dream is for everyone to have this liberation and this freedom. A freedom that isn't stomping on the freedom of others, but a true freedom. Just the freedom to be able to chase a dream. That is like, you know, because I always thought, but what if someone's dream is, I want to be a tyrant king? But we've seen that is not what Oda is agreeing with, because Luffy has beaten down people like Doflamingo. If your dream is to inflict a pain on others, that is not a dream that is deserved, because what kind of freedoms does that present to anyone? You know, like, Oda does not believe in any kind of freedom that stomps on others. If Sanji got Nika, I'd jump and scream. You know why? Because not only would I be like, I was right, but also because that would piss so many people off. So many people off. And then I can be the one to be there and say, let me explain to you how this has been building up the whole time. And how that, with my own thoughts, it was inevitable. Even Mama Jork as well. Mama Jork had the exact same thought as me with it as well, which was she's expecting everyone on the Straw Hats to unlock some sort of Gear 5 as well. Like, Gear 5, I believe so many people have boxed Gear 5 into just being a Luffy thing, to being Gear 5, but it's not Gear 5, it's freedom, it's liberation, right? And Mama Jork had the same exact idea as me. She said it on the Reverie, which was everyone on the Straw Hats will probably unlock some kind of Gear 5 form, which is what liberation is. And I agree with her, because I had the exact same thought ever since Bonnie unlocked it. But yeah, I can't see Oda saying, actually, liberation only exists in the Luffy. I can definitely see One Piece saying, liberation exists in all of us. But I will say, Oda's done a very good job at what feels like to be gatekeeping Gear 5 since Wano, because he's called it Gear 5, and from what we know, it is only, from at the time, it was only connected to the Gum Gum fruit, right? So he did a very good job at making it seem like Gear 5 is only exclusive to Luffy. And once again, we now know this is not the case. And I think that was on purpose. So we're seeing, oh, Gear 5 is just a Luffy thing. But Bonnie has accessed it now. Bonnie has unlocked a side of this now. Now we know it is not just a Gum Gum thing. And that's why I'm saying it feels like it's going to be a full liberation of other people, that they have this Gear 5 in them that they can also bring out. It is not just exclusive to Luffy. But yeah, I am fully expecting other characters to unlock a Gear 5 form. If Loki does end up being a good fella, which I'm expecting him to be now, or I'm hoping for him to be, I should say, and he does want to help Luffy in some way, I'm genuinely expecting a Gear 5 Loki. Because I can't wait to see what Loki's story is, because it's so interesting. The first time we see Loki, he is just totally chained. And this is why when it comes to villains in One Piece, I do not believe Loki is a villain, because I don't think we've come across any villain that has been chained. I don't think we've ever been introduced to any villain in chains. Characters like Jinbe, characters like Zoro, characters such as the fucking samurai in the jail. Every person that was not a villain that Luffy came across, a lot of the time they were chained, because that was the point. They were totally devoid of any kind of freedom, of any kind of sense of self and sense of liberty, and Luffy gives that back to them. So the fact that we come across Rebecca as well, she was a total slave. Shiryu was different because Luffy did not let that fucker out. Shiryu was Blackbeard, that was not Luffy. You cannot use Shiryu for that. I'm talking about people Luffy have come across. But villains that Luffy have come across. Blackbeard's a whole other fucking bag of beans. But when it comes to people Luffy have come across, every villain Luffy has come across has had a form of liberation, and they were inflicting that on the person
Luffy met him, but he didn't do shit with him, did he? He didn't get him out of those fucking chains. I think that's a big difference. He wasn't working for Shiryu's freedom, was he? Luffy is currently working for, right? Blackbeard released him, not Luffy. Luffy is currently working to get Loki out of those chains. Any villain that Luffy has come across that he has had to go against has not been in chains. Or he has not freed from chains. So, that's why I look at Loki, I look at Luffy wanting to release Loki, and I'm seeing a pattern. And I'm seeing this is a character who has been totally beaten down, totally removed of his freedom, and Luffy is now coming in and trying to give that back. Even if it comes at the form of a deal, that's what it feels like to me. No, Luffy has never Luffy has never been tricked, especially not by someone he's trying to help. This is why I'm saying always trust Luffy. So the second I saw Loki in those chains and I saw Luffy was the one to meet him and Luffy wants to get the key to get him out of there, I was like, I just don't think Loki's going to be a bad fella. I think he's going to be misunderstood. I do not think he's going to be someone that's going to be a villain. I talked about Loki and the Wolf, yeah. And I like that the whole thing with Loki is, this is the way a warrior will go out. I am still angry and still saddened that this has happened, and I am going to use that anger and that sadness to become more powerful. Once again, very lore, very lore. It's not that they don't trust Luffy's instincts. It's just they don't trust Loki, or they don't trust Loki because of what they're hearing. But it's not Luffy's crew, it's Zoro currently that is going, I don't know. But remember, Zoro's a very anxious guy. I think Zoro is just afraid of what could happen because he loves his crew. And that's, like, they didn't trust Luffy's instincts with Robin when Robin was the one that apparently framed them, right? I don't think that's them not trusting Luffy. I think that's just them being worried, especially Zoro. Zoro's just an anxious guy. He loves his crew. He doesn't not trust Luffy. He just wants to make sure everyone's safe to the best abilities. Well, here's the thing. Luffy got tricked because of Nami, and then of course Nami still loved them, right? So every time we've seen Luffy get tricked, it's not actually getting tricked. He was still correct about the situation. Even with Whiskey Peak, Vivi was still someone that became part of their crew. People of Whiskey Peak did still want to help Vivi to an extent as well. And I was like, you can say what you want. Luffy was still correct to a point about the people that were trying to get them on Whiskey Peak. Because that was Vivi, right? But yeah, every time Luffy comes across someone in chains and he wants to unlock those chains, he's never been wrong. So I trust Luffy fully in this moment. If Luffy wants to get Loki out of those chains, he can get Loki out of those chains. And as Luffy said, and hey, if he's trying to use me, I'm just gonna punch him. Like, Luffy's got this shit on lock. He knows what he's doing. He even said that as well. Remember when he talked about Law and all his crew were afraid of Law and the Alliance? And they were going, oh, but Pirate Alliances. And Luffy said, but hey, even if things do go sour, I trust you guys to be able to handle that. So it just doesn't matter to me. If Luffy has this instinct, I trust Luffy. I always trust Luffy. That's like my #1 rule. I've never been wrong about that because Luffy's never wrong. Well, he had every reason to trust Law, but remember, this was Pirate Alliances, and even then, when Law was introduced and the alliance was made, so many people were saying Law was going to betray Luffy. Tons of people. It was half-half. It's happening again, right? So, even if Law or Luffy at the moment did have that ability to trust Law, it didn't matter because this was a pirate alliance. And even Robin was saying, Luffy, pirate alliances tend to go wrong. And Luffy was saying, well, even if that's the case, I trust you guys, so that's okay. Like, Luffy takes responsibility if he fucks up on this regard. So if Luffy's saying, hey, if I'm wrong about Loki and I fucked up, I'll take responsibility. I trust Luffy. I really do. Also, in saying that, Sanji's done the same thing. When Sanji helped Kinemon, Sanji even said, I'll take responsibility for Kinemon if something goes wrong. In Punk Hazard, which is also where they met Momo. But yeah, I just trust him. I truly trust Luffy. If Luffy wants to free Loki, I'm Team Luffy. What was Sanji's fault? Liberating... The fact they never would have, like, liberated Wano had Sanji not wanted to help Kinemon is actually hilarious to me. Of course, there's also Momonosuke as well. But that is just hilarious. Wano probably wouldn't have happened had Sanji not gone, I want to help Kinemon because of Sanji's own daddy issues. I can't believe Sanji's daddy issues helped save Wano. You heard it here first. Everyone say thank you, Sanji's daddy issues. What? Do you not remember? I'll never get over this. Basically, no one trusted Kinemon, not even Sanji, until Kinemon said, I am here to save my son. And Sanji stopped and looked at him and said, is that really the reason you're here? And Kinemon said, yes. And that's when Sanji went to help him. And I was like, the daddy issues just came out of Sanji just then. He saw a dad wanting to protect his son and he went, damn, now I gotta help. That would be a good tweet, says the tweeter. Hang on, now I have to say it. There you go. That's crazy work. Oh, my Discord is only Twitch sub and Patreon only, I'm afraid. I hope that's okay. That reminds me, have I kept up to date with sending people links? I have, good. Boing. Bye-bye. Law would have taken them to Wano to get Kaido, that much is true, but they wouldn't have had all the information they had Kinemon not helped them. Remember, the first person they looked for when they got back was Kinemon, and Kinemon had to give them the rundown. Judge is the unsung. I can't believe Judge is Wano's hero by abusing his son. That's awful. That's right, and without Kinemon, they wouldn't have the Minx on their side either. That's very true. And also, they wouldn't have recruited all the samurai that they needed. One of my favorite scenes ever, and I know this is many people's favorite scenes, is when Kinemon got the port wrong. Because he couldn't spell it properly. And he went, ah, that's how you spell it. That's just peak One Piece to me. It's like why I read One Piece. Master strategist. That's literally peak One Piece, right? This is why when I talk, like, I'm really excited to talk about Wano. You guys have no idea. And I'm especially really excited to talk about Kinemon. Because a lot of people say the Kinemon fake out death, the Kinemon fake out death, blah, 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 blah. The whole point of Kinemon, I've talked about this before, is Kinemon somehow is so fucking lucky in the unluckiest of ways. This is like, because this is like the bit, right? This is a samurai who's trying to find glory in death. That's why Kaido was also connected to Wano. He tried to find glory in death against Kaido, that being his last stand. For the fucking life of him, this is a samurai that just will not die. We watched samurai before him go to that glorious grave. Kinemon keeps surviving. That's literally the joke, right? So many people are really upset about Kinemon's fake out death. My point with that is, but Kinemon is born under the unluckiest star for a samurai. Because a samurai wants to die a glorious death in battle. For Kinemon, that is just not fucking happening. Even against Kaido, somehow he survived. And even Kinemon was like, how the fuck am I alive? That's the point! For a samurai, he's unlucky. For a regular person, he's incredibly lucky. Everything that kept happening to Kinemon was purely luck-based, all the way to strategizing. Because luck is a huge part of One Piece as well. Luck is a really big theme in One Piece and how you survive as a pirate, being born under a lucky star. That's the bit with Kinemon. He's a samurai that for the life of him just cannot fucking die a glorious death. That's why when he was still alive and Kinemon was like, how the fuck am I alive? It was a bit. Like, yes, it was an emotional moment against Kaido. And that's why when he's still alive, we laugh. Because we go, oh my god, he's still alive. To the point Kinemon was even like, how am I alive? That's the joke with him. He's an unlucky samurai, but he's a very lucky person. I don't know. But it just got me so bad. So it's like when people were arguing about Kinemon's fake out death, I was like, is that not the point? Somehow Kinemon keeps surviving and somehow he's just still here. Like, Kinemon has been so lucky. But that just got me so bad. And then I was like, people are angry at this? But yeah, that's just a bit with Kinemon. He is the luckiest person in the world and the unluckiest samurai in the world. Because remember, other samurai did die in that same battle and he just didn't. And he was like, oh my god, what's going on? But see, that's always my argument with the fake out deaths. People say the emotions have been nullified. And of course, my argument with that is, but Oda's not trying to make you feel emotion through the death. Oda himself even has said that. He's not using death. He doesn't want to use death as a main thing for an emotionally driven narrative. The emotions you're supposed to feel is not like sadness or grief through their death, through their final stand. It's the joy you feel that they are still alive. Some people see it as, oh, I've been lied to, but other people see it as, oh my god, they're alive. That's the point. Like, people say Oda's too much of a coward to kill his characters. I disagree. He just doesn't want to use death as a driving factor 90% of the time. Of course, you have Ace, and you have Pedro. Don't get me wrong. He does use death to the extent that he needs to. But he uses that in a narrative sense, right? Pedro and Ace were both for a narrative drive. When it comes to deaths of other characters, he doesn't want us to feel emotion through the death. He wants us to feel emotion through the living. Oh, Ace's death was fucking sad. Even through Ace's death, Oda was like, damn, did they have to kill him? And Pell. Look, Pell's the only one where I agree. Like, again, I see what Oda was doing. I agree with what Oda was doing, but I do agree that explosion was just too big. I definitely agree with that. The explosion should not have been that big. Because I was happy Pell was alive. I was happy. But it was a combination of I was happy and how the fuck is he alive? Because when it comes to Pell, Pell's the only one that is explained to us, that is not explained to us how the fuck he survived. So Pell, I get why he survived, but I was like, that explosion was just a little too big. That should have been a bit smaller, I think. Or we should have seen his little chicken body fly off. Pell's like a cockroach. But I am happy Pell's alive. Pell's gonna unlock Gear 5. Oh god, I love you, Skyward Sword music. Yeah, as always, my argument will always be, if you're searching for a lot of deaths from Oda, I don't know why you're still reading One Piece. He doesn't even kill villains, for God's sake. Oda's clearly a writer who believes there's more to, like, an ending than just death. And that's, again, that's also the irony of Kaido and Kaido being a character. Kaido believed your story is only complete once you die. Luffy is a living proof that is not true because Luffy is holding Ace. Ace's story is ongoing through Luffy. Fuck! Who did that? Oh my god. Oh my god, my heart is leaping out of my chest. I should ban it when it works. Fuck you. Oh my god. I hate you. I don't even want to keep talking. That pissed me off. Pissed me off. I feel pain. I'm just never talking about One Piece again. Very Doffy thing to do, right? How dare I feel emotion? Never mind. Did she laugh when I screamed? Now I'm like a tantrum child. Oh, my slime. Oh, that reminds me, I got paid and I want to get more slime. I want to get more cloud slime. I feel merriment with my cloud slime. I think Pearl was definitely Oda's test run. Because I think Oda walks that fine line between realistic death and realistic survival. Like, again, everyone who we know has survived has made sense to their survival. And I believe that Conus's dad on Skypiea is a joke regarding Pell. Because he got mega blasted. Like, Conus's dad is a semi-inconsequential character. He's someone who, if he did die or live, it would definitely be a character where we'd be like, "Oh," or "Oh," but it's not someone where I was like mad that he was alive. But Conus's dad on Skypiea got mega blasted by an L, and then he just ended up being alive. And I always read that as, I feel like Oda's writing a tongue-in-cheek joke here about what had happened with Pell. But I think Pell was indeed his first go at, I will write a death that I do want to seem realistic, but it is also realistic that he survived. And he just didn't hit that with Pell because the explosion was too big. But every other character we've seen who has survived, there is a very understandable and realistic explanation for how they have survived. And it makes sense. Pell's the only one that doesn't make sense, and I think Oda knows that. He has not done a Pell since then. Apart from the Skypiea dad, which again was, in my opinion, just such a clear joke. Like, guys, Pell died in like 2002. Get over it. Technically 2001. Well, Pedro died. Pedro surviving would be crazy. Ace died years ago. That was years ago. He could have gotten better. The Pell survived because of 9/11 thing is still forever my favorite. It's just, it's such a bit, but a lot of people think it's true. And it's like, no. Dude, Pell came back into the story in like 2004 or something, or like 2003. No. The time doesn't, basically, the years don't even line up properly, is what gets me. First of all, like, the date doesn't actually line up at all. Second of all, One Piece was not an actual global manga at this point. Why the fuck would Oda write because of what happened in America? people who believe that, I feel, are very American-centric, because One Piece was not at all on the global scale that it is now when that happened. Oda did not see what happened in America and go, damn, I should bring Pell back. Like, no! No! That's insane! Yeah, and it still wouldn't change a thing. Even if One Piece was global, it still wouldn't change anything. Oda wouldn't change his story because of something that happened in another country, because he doesn't write like that. I see you, don't worry, in YouTube chat. I've talked about this before, but I fucking love stories that are anti-nuclear war in nature or in theming. Once again, that's Devilman. Devilman at its core is a piece about anti-nuclear war. And that's why with Elbaf, I am hoping that it is about, like, anti-nuclear war. Because I don't know what it is, but that theming really brings out the best in so many authors. Like, the metaphor for it just brings out the best. Godzilla? Right? You misunderstand me. Yes, I wouldn't say cosmic horror, but you misunderstand me. Yes, there's a cosmic horror to a Devilman, but the core of it, the creation of it, the metaphor of it is nuclear war. And that's quite obvious once you literally see the world end due to war. In the original Devilman, they even have scenes of kids in the classrooms reading up on nuclear war and talking about it. And arguing about it. And the author himself has even said that Devilman is mostly, the core of it is anti-nuclear war. Well, I was gonna say, the ancient weapon very much feels like this is a weapon, this is a world-ending weapon that powerful people possess and can just use. Gee, I wonder what that could be alluding to. But yeah, anti-nuclear war messaging and metaphors in a lot of fiction tend to just, they really resonate with me, probably because I agree with them, and also because they're very effective. They're just incredibly effective. But yeah, if you read Devilman or watch Devilman with the idea that the theming of it is anti-nuclear war and that's where the core of the messaging has come from, you will see exactly what I mean. You're going to see it everywhere. Right down to, like, the deformities of, like, the Devilmen as well, and the devils. Also, Toei doesn't always get everything right, by the way. But when they get it right, they get it right. Because Lucia, the whole scene with Lucia was just fucking phenomenal. It gave me chills. It was like terrifying. Anime I think is as impactful as One Piece. For me, Devilman Crybaby. That I sobbed so fucking much. So much. It changed my brain chemistry. I wouldn't say they've been cooking since Whole Cake. Honestly, a lot of Whole Cake was a real mess to me from Toei. Because a lot of it was really choppy. And it definitely could have been so much better. Also, Wano as well. I don't think Toei really cooks per se. I say that sometimes they cook. A lot of the times it feels like they're kind of just drudging along. They get episodes that are fantastic, and after that it just kind of dips back down, and it's like, ugh. Again, it's the weekly release. It's really doing damage. Toei's not over-animating, but I've said this before. Wano was good, but it can be exceptional, is my argument. But, I've said this before. It's not that Toei's over-animating. It's just that they have a problem of... They have incredible animation in one whole episode, and then you go back down to that dip, and it's just such a whiplash. And it's like, oh! I feel like I'm watching a whole different anime, and I don't think that's a good thing. Nothing will be fixed for it until they stop doing the weekly release. But they're not going to stop doing that. Which is, again, why for Wit? I'm like, please, I need Wit to be the successor for years to come. I truly... Wit just has to... They just have to succeed. They stopped for 6 months, but in that 6 months they've made the Fishman Island recap. And they still have that weekly release. What the fuck is this song? Paper Mario, I see. Weekly. Anyway, point is, Toei, I feel, are just outdated with what they're doing with One Piece, so I really am excited for Wit. I have multi-stream open. Don't worry, I can see everything. I see all. But even Egghead has that problem. I can deny that Egghead has not been peak every episode, because Egghead has that similar problem of they have some amazing moments and then they dip, and it's like, it's just that I understand they save for better animation, but through the time that they save for that better animation, it just feels like they kind of pulling along. Yeah, the yo-yo of the animation is very, it's just, ugh. It is not every anime, no. Not in this day and age anyways. And it wouldn't be One Piece if they didn't have it on the weekly release that they did. I also prefer consistent animation. It is not every anime. You should watch Kids on the Slope, you shonen brain. Watch other anime that aren't shonen. And I guarantee you it is not every anime. Watch Devilman Crybaby. Like, I cannot believe I'm saying this. Pokemon Journeys. Pokemon Journeys, I fucking loved it. It was adorable, it was cute, and it had consistent animation. Like, it didn't have to be anything spectacular, but it was consistent. It's the inconsistency that can be really jarring. Sony Vegas, by the way. Sony Vegas Pro for editing. Pokemon Journeys is so cute. It's so cute. I need to keep watching it because it was just something that just made me happy. I didn't have to take it seriously. I didn't have to like critically analyze anything. I could just watch it and go, haha, Pokemon. It was just adorable. New anime, Devilman Crybaby specifically. There's Devilman and then there's Devilman Crybaby. Devilman Crybaby is the one you should watch. Oh yeah, Devilman Crybaby is a 70s manga and it has 80s anime. This is true though, it does feel like shonen specifically has that yo-yo animation problem. Because tons of other anime do not do that. It feels shonen specific. And I think that's stupid. Like, why is this a shonen specific thing? Because other anime, like Devilman Crybaby was full of action. And their animation did not yo-yo. So why does shonen animation yo-yo? The fans? Maybe. I'm telling you, One Piece's biggest holdback is that it is in the shonen category. That truly is one of its biggest holding backs. If One Piece were not in the shonen category, and I don't mean to make it edgier, I'm saying everything in One Piece stays exactly the same, it is just not in the shonen category. If it were not like that, One Piece would be just in a different place right now. Probably not as popular though, because shonen. Like, I'm not saying One Piece needs to be grittier. I'm not saying it needs to be edgier. I'm saying everything is exactly the same. The story's all exactly the same. It's just not in that category. Also, saying it'd have less censorship is really funny because we have Zeph chopping his leg off. We have Law losing an arm. We have Shanks losing an arm. We have Luffy trying to tear his arms off. We have Kiku losing an arm. I trust Wit. Wit just has to not fuck up. They have the opportunity of a lifetime. They just have to not fuck up. I don't want crazy animation. I just want consistent animation. And better directing. Because a lot of One Piece episode directions feel a bit flat sometimes and it upsets me. Because I think you could do something absolutely phenomenal with these scenes. But they just feel very flat and very, oh, okay, let's get through this type of thing sometimes. Yeah, no, the manga is definitely, I don't think, is censored at all. Yeah, One Piece was violent. Especially going to the manga. I was like, what the fuck? Why are so many people losing limbs? What is going on? Yeah, God. I need Ishitani to direct. Nothing happened. I need her to direct that. I'm telling you, you guys would see my vision with it. I know she can see into my mind. I know she can see what I can see. I know she can see what I can see with that scene and what they should have done. I don't like what Toei did with Nothing Happened. I think they made it way too much of a oh moment when I don't think that's what it was. I stand by that. Like, why would Sanji be fucking terrified that Zoro is dead if that's meant to be a whoa moment?
Howdy do, boys.
Ace's death... Ace's death? I'm not the only one that thought this. When Ace got punched by a Kainu and his necklace broke, that didn't happen in the manga, right? I thought his blood got, like, crystallized by a Kainu's lava. And I was like, did a Kainu turn him into, like, orbs? I was like, what the fuck just happened? And then, Anna was watching it with me. She said, girl, that's his necklace. I was like, oh! That's what happened. I thought a Kainu punched him into, like, crystallized blood orbs. Sanji saw Zoro's standing corpse and went, dude, that is so cool. Sanji went, dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I think we can admit anyone else who would have seen that in the Straw Hats would have gone, yo! Zoro, that's awesome! Sanji's just a little fucking crybaby, am I right, fellas? Sweet Tsubaki, I plan to cover Luck in One Piece over, my ARC videos. And it's interesting because I say in my East Blue video, through Logetown, there's a very big, prominent, like, idea of luck. Because of what happens to Luffy being electrocuted out of his fucking, he's like stuck there, you know, he's about to get chopped. What's that called? Out of his, like, headlock? And also because of, Kitetsu. Already we're seeing a huge theme of luck in Logetown, and through my East Blue video I talk about how I say, because I wasn't sure at the point, I wasn't quite understanding it, and I say there seems to be a focus on the theme of luck in Logetown, although currently I can't see what Oda's trying to say with that yet. Now I know, and now I get it. So through the Alabasta video I can definitely talk more about that. Remember, after this video and my Help Me Robin video, Alabasta's on. It's gonna be so much work! I've already got 17 pages of the damn thing. The damn thing, and it's only on Twin... It's only on Twin Capes to Whiskey Peak right now, but I've combined the two of them. Luck is so important to the narrative, like, because the whole thing of pirates is you don't know when you're gonna die. You are literally living your life as a pirate expecting every day to be your last, and luck is such a big part of that. A lot of pirates go to the sea hoping for good luck, hoping for luck to live. Also, the Pell comment did not get deleted to my knowledge, unless my mods did something. Currently not caught up with Witch Hat manga, no. But I want to be! This is a review of chapter 1136. I don't know which Pell comment. Pell 911? How about we go the other way around? Instead of Pell died because of 9/11, why can't we say 9/11 happened because of Pell? Why must Pell be the one that we root for here? Pell's actually Imu and that's why he survived. Like, I'm just saying. So, Pell and his boyfriend push Cobra into the world government room. Imu does not appear. The doors close, then Imu appears? Have you ever seen Pell and Imu in the same room? I don't think so. I know for a fact Pell is someone's favorite character. In fact, many people's favorite character. I know this. I want cucumbers and hummus. I was happy Pell survived. I just said that. I was happy Pell was alive. I'm gonna be honest, I laugh when people want Pell dead so bad. Like, it just sounds insane. He should be dead! Oh my god, calm down. God damn, Birdie's alive. This happened years ago, let it go. Right, the anger is what's so funny. Like, I get if it's like, well, I feel like he should be dead, but okay, he's alive. But it's not. It's like, he should be dead! Kill him! And I'm like, oh my god! It's okay. Like, they see Pearl and their blood bubbles. And I'm like, it cannot be that serious. I want fried chicken now! It's so hard for a bird diva these days. The funniest guys that appeared in Alabaster, and I talked about this with my Alabaster read-through, was like the Super Squad or something that just drinks something that makes them powerful and then immediately kills them. To this fucking day, I'm like, Oda, what was the point? I feel like the point of that was supposed to be, look how much they are going to defend their kingdom and defend the country that they love. but it reads so comical. They pop up. This is the first time we see them. They pop up, they drink the juice of death, and they die. This is why I'm saying Oda has 1,000,000,000% improved as a writer to such insane extents. He would not write that again. It felt like such a gag, and I was like, this is crazy. They were so funny. And they don't even like touch Crocodile, right? Oh my god. I think he did it to show A, how strong Crocodile was, and B, to show how much these, the people of Alabasta cared about their country. But it just came off as so comical. Like, that's a Monty Python skit, you know? Appears, drinks juice of death, and dies. In fact, that actually is a Monty Python skit in Life of Brian. When those guys are like, we are the someone's people's front. We will now stab ourselves. Join with you. Oh, that showed them, didn't it? It's such a skit. I cannot with it. Yeah, at the very end. And he's like, oh, thank God you've come to save me. And then they just stab themselves and go, yeah, that showed him. This is why I'm like, is he a Monty Python fan? Because he also had the guard with 3 heads in Water 7, and I was like, that is from Holy Grail. Hang on a minute. This is why I'm like, is he a Monty Python fan, or am I just guy who's only seen Monty Python? Getting a lot of Monty Python vibes from this. Also, I'm saying this again. You get invested in the characters because you want them to survive. Think about what you said. I shouldn't get invested with these characters if they're always gonna survive. What? Again, Oda works on your emotions of happiness. He doesn't want you to get invested for grief. He wants you to get invested for joy. When you see scenes that are death scenes, he wants you to hope that they survive. So when he shows that they have survived, you go, thank God they're alive. Anyway, for now, I've decided Oda's a Monty Python fan. There are too many coinky dinks. However, the Killer Claw Squad, whatever they were, that was just... That was not a Monty Python reference, but that's such a bit. The stakes are not life or death. The stakes are liberation. The stakes are enslavement. The stakes are people not being able to exist as they want anymore. This is the biggest, I think, issue that some people have with One Piece. Oda's end goal, or Oda's stakes, are not life or death. Never have been. Death has always been an acceptance in One Piece, from Drum Island even all the way back to Arlong Park, even all the way back to the Baratier, even all the way back to Syrup Village, even back to the very first chapter where Luffy gets sucked into a whirlpool. Death has always been an acceptance in One Piece. Always. Death is not the stakes in One Piece. The stakes are losing and losing your freedom. Those are the stakes. A person's will, a person's dream, and a person's freedom are the stakes of One Piece. One Piece is fully about there are fates worse than death. That's what One Piece is about. And I think a lot of people really do mistake that. Because Ace died, and that was very sad. Sorry, spoilers, I guess. Ace died, and yes, that was incredibly sad. But Ace died with freedom. He died with liberation. That was literally not the end of Ace. We know this through One Piece. Ace is still here with us through Luffy. Ace died with a happiness. The thing with Ace is he lived his entire life in a cage because of what the world saw him as. And Ace finally died happy. Death is not the worst thing that can happen to a person in One Piece, and Oda truly does not believe that. It's being caged completely with your person and your soul, being unable to chase a freedom that you've always wanted. That's why he doesn't kill his villains. He even says he doesn't kill his villains because the whole point of it is they have had their freedom taken from them. Right? Bellemere literally died free because she died loving her daughters. She refused to live in a world where she couldn't say Nami and Nojiko were her daughters. And she died standing with a smile as she said, Nami, Nojiko, I love you. Right? That's why One Piece is so special to me. I was also used to characters dying left and right. But One Piece has very well taught me or shown me death to a lot of people, and especially to One Piece, that is just a natural state of life. That's a natural state of living. You will one day die. And it's not about your death. It's about being able to die with a freedom that you have been searching for. Death should not be a tragedy, at least not to Oda. Death is not the biggest tragedy to him. The tragedy is either not having that freedom or dying without that freedom, the same way Kuma's parents did. They literally died enslaved. That's tragic. The death itself is not tragic, but the fact they never got that freedom even through death. What? Right? And that's why Kaido is so funny. Because Kaido truly believed death is the end. Death is what ends your story. And One Piece is showing, no, it doesn't. Because we have Dr. Hidelux saying, a man only dies when he is forgotten. One Piece has shown time and time again, death is not the end all be all. But yeah, when people say, I don't see any stakes in One Piece, I understand, because in other shows, the stakes are usually a person's life. Pirates, as they are, they already have their life at stake. That's their life. This is something we know. Again, the Straw Hats live every day with the expectation, or with the idea, this day could be my last. That's the acceptance. That's what it's come down to. So it's not their lives that are at stake, it is their dreams and their freedom that is at stake. Those are the stakes that we are seeing through One Piece. And that's also why Wano was so interesting, because the samurai were a group of people that were happy to die. Their life was not the stake. Their life was not the end all be all, because that's samurai were expecting of it. What was at stake was Wano's liberation. And that's why Usopp yells at them, why the fuck do you want to die so bad? What about Wano? Like, well, that's, again, One Piece has truly changed my own viewing of, like, writing and narratives and writing life. Because Oda is very, he's original with it. He's original in how he portrays it. And his acceptance of death, especially of pirates, it's a very important thing to him, is something I just hadn't considered. And he doesn't write with life or death, like, or death being the ultimate ending. He never has. I mean, I understand the obsession with death in media. But I like the way Oda writes it, because the way he writes it is, you know, you're not gone when you're dead. You still exist through other people in your death. And of course, people would rather die standing than live kneeling. That's the point of One Piece. But yeah, in a world of One Piece where death is the expected outcome, people living, it's literally Oda reversing it. Death is the expected thing for pirates and for people fighting for what they want, and he's doing the opposite of that. He's not going through the death route. I've explained Pell before, and the reason I really like that Pell survived is because Pell was the spirit of Alabasta. He quite literally embodied the spirit of Alabasta. I totally understand why Pell survived, because the metaphor there was the spirit of Alabasta through all this grief, through all this strife, through the years of war they had to face because of someone like Crocodile. The spirit of Alabasta survived. And again, I love that that's the case. It's just that explosion was a bit too big. But that's why it's interesting to have characters like Zoro, who in my opinion have not accepted death. Zoro has not accepted death as an outcome. He clearly seems scared of it, hence seeing the Grim Reaper. This is WarioWare. This is such penis music. So I am curious to see where Zoro falls in this, because he definitely seems very hesitant to accept death. That's true. In a world where people go, they don't hesitate to kill characters, is One Piece not refreshing? Like, if I were told in this story they hesitate to kill characters, that would get my interest so much more. Because no one hesitates to kill their characters in stories. Unless it's fucking, you know, for babies. One Piece is not for babies. Yes, babies are part of the demographic, but it's not for babies. So if someone presented me One Piece and I never heard of it and they said the author hesitates to kill characters off, I'd immediately be like, what the fuck does that mean? Look, I just respect Oda and his writing. Like, I respect Oda's writing and content creation a lot. Because he gets these kinds of criticisms, right? Regarding, oh, he doesn't do this with death or he doesn't do that with death. But Oda has straight up said, I don't want to evoke emotions through just death, or I don't want death to be the main evoking of emotion. He doesn't see death as something to use to tug our heartstrings to the insane extent that other things do. Like, yes, he has killed characters, but he doesn't want death to be the primary emotive push or emotional push. That's not what he's aiming for. So no matter all these criticisms he gets around death and his use of characters and death, he clearly has a vision. He is clearly sticking to his guns, and he clearly knows what he wants to do. And I very, very much respect that about him, that he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to use death like that, and he refuses to do that. Like, a creator who sticks to what they want to make, and they have a vision for what they're making, and they have themes that they are sticking to that they believe in, there is something very commendable about that, which is why I laugh when people argue about it, because it's like, he's been doing this for years. For years. And you're still complaining about it. So when will you not get the point? This is how Oda writes, and you just don't like it. It is not bad writing, it's what Oda wants to write. Alright, I want cucumbers and hummus. I'll be back. Enjoy. The music! Enjoy the music!
Howdy do, boys.
I'm back. sorry, hang on. Oh, there we go. I'm back with my delicious cucumbers and hummus, as always. And my bucket of slop. Mm. Jimmy Fallon should have Luffy on his show. And Luffy goes, "A pirate king! A pirate king! I'm the king of pirates, honey!" That's something Roger would actually do. Unironically, I think Roger would do that. It is really funny that One Piece has seemed to take off majorly in nearly every country except for America. Or the United States. And 4Kids is actually, for real, one of the reasons for that. Yeah, One Piece is fucking massively globally popular in majority of countries that do not speak English. Ow. Bit my cheek. Yeah, One Piece is huge in Australia. Every time I walk into the city, there's a bit my cheek. For God's sake. Anyways, there's a One Piece restaurant or a cafe. Every time I walk into the city, I'm hit with a statue of Sanji. It's a cafe called One Plus Piece. Yeah, I know, Greg's. However, you guys have ginger apple shots in the UK. Ginger apple shots, not alcoholic. They're just little, like, bottles you can get, and it's just like a vitamin shot. I fucking love those. I've actually been looking for them in Australia. We don't have them, and it makes me really sad. Yeah, I'm Aussie. Yeah, they've got two. I've been to both of them. The one in the city is more like a quick fast food buy and leave place, and then the other one's the actual cafe. When Film Red came out in Australia on the opening night, everyone went to One Plus Piece to get something to eat first. Oh my god, I love the One Piece Orchestra. I'll never forget because I went there with my friends, some who had not seen One Piece. And they showed like Sanji's backstory on the screen, his Vinsmoke backstory. And my friend looked at me and said, "They're beating him up!" They were like, "What? This happened to him?" And I went, "Yeah." And they went, "What the?" They were like, "This is so sad." Is this Pikmin? Mario Odyssey. Damn, I was tricked. I'm in Australian Eastern Standard Time. Wait. Whatever South Australia is in is what I'm in. I never remember if it's Australian Eastern Standard Time or Australian Daylight Savings Time. Eastern Daylight Time. Oh, whatever the fuck. Okay, it is Australia. Okay, so I'm in Australian Eastern Daylight Time. One thing about me, I never know when daylight savings starts and ends, so I'm always lost. Justice sorry, hang on. Justice RIP, Fire Emblem Fates. Justice RIP, Fire Emblem Fates. For those who needed a translation. Bit. Sorry. I think we only got One Piece Orchestra this year. Because I've been into One Piece for 3 years now. And never saw it until last year, 2024. Yeah, I had a feeling. I was like, I've never seen this before. And so many other One Piece fans are going, oh my god, a One Piece Orchestra! And they'd been fans for longer than I had. I got into One Piece because it was COVID, and I was like, I've tried other shonen. One Piece is the only one I haven't really tried. I'm not gonna like it. I need something long to watch, but I'm not gonna like it. I'll see how far I get through it. I feel like a joke. A joke, I tell you. Every time I hear this song, I think it's a Zelda song. Yeah, if you're here on my stream, I can assume you did not regret doing it. No, you're here because you fucking hate One Piece. I always talk about how much I hate One Piece. You're in the right place. Let me explain why I hate every single Straw Hat and why. Especially Sanji, he's my least favorite, and that's saying something. Why? The Doffy video was like my first character video. Because I couldn't find anyone talking about Doflamingo the way I wanted to talk about Doflamingo. And it pissed me off! And I was like, I guess I just have to talk about why Doffy's a really good villain. Don't move Zoro like that. Get him out of here. He knows what he's done. He knows he's not meant to be there. Bro, he fell asleep. He doesn't give a... He doesn't gaff. He doesn't gaff that I just moved him. You can't see what he's doing, but Sanji looks like he's pissed off at Zoro sleeping, but he's actually baking an egg. Your YouTube algorithm knew you were hungry for actual analysis content, character analysis content. I'm not much into the YouTube One Piece scene. Like, of course I know people from it, and I am friends with them, but it's definitely changing now. It is definitely moving from being very theory heavy and being very power scaling heavy to now actual analysis of story. You're welcome. I'm the #1 time skip defender, and I'll always stand by Toa fucked it up. They're Shimijis. Just look up Zoro Shimiji and Sanji Shimiji. And I never know how to say their name. It's someone on Twitter. They made them. Timeskip doesn't have any pacing issues. It's an anime problem. In my opinion, there are no pacing issues in One Piece at all. It is purely an anime problem, and also a week-to-week thing that people get stuck on. But there are no pacing issues in One Piece, in my opinion. The manga just reads exceptionally. I never feel like there's dead air in One Piece, or I'm just waiting for something in One Piece. Oh yeah, everyone will say there's pacing issues in the anime, everyone. But that's what I'm saying, Toei fucked up. Like, the majority of complaints you hear about One Piece is not One Piece, it's Toei's version of One Piece. That's what I've noticed anyways. Majority of One Piece complaints aren't even One Piece itself. Right? Chopper doesn't do anything. Usopp doesn't do anything. What the fuck are you talking about? Those characters have been so active in every arc they're in. It's just such a lie. I also hate that Zoro never smiles anymore. I hate that one so much. He never smiles anymore. Yes, he does. What are you talking about? People want to act like Zoro just doesn't emote anymore. And it's like, Zoro, first of all, Zoro's never been that much of like a heart on his sleeve guy, because he tries not to be. Second of all, Zoro in the time skip is goofy and has fun. I never understand that. He's a fucking idiot in the time skip. But yeah, the Usopp and Chopper, especially Chopper, doesn't do anything. I genuinely am like, where is this coming from? And then I realize it comes from a place of, this character has not had a 1v1 fight. I am equating that to they haven't done anything. It is just incredibly shonen pilled. And it's like, it's not that they haven't done anything, it's just to your standards they haven't done anything. Because you want them to punch and kick. This is why when it comes to like Enies Lobby, I'm always suspicious when people say Enies Lobby is their favorite arc. The words Enies Lobby makes me suspicious, because in my opinion, I call it Water 7. So they're specifically talking about Enies Lobby segment, right? And that's why I get suspicious, because I'm like, do you think Enies Lobby is actually a really good arc for the themes, or do you just say it's a good arc because everyone got a 1v1 and that's what you determine is valuable? Do you know what I mean? I think Enies Lobby is fantastic, but I feel like people who hold on to it to this day and say One Piece just hasn't surpassed it, I don't know. I sense a little bit of bias. Because my critique of Water 7 is after Robin has her I want to live scene, that's when things start kind of dipping, because I didn't care about who the Straw Hats were fighting. I only cared about like Kaku and Lucci and Khalifa and Bluno, because those are who we'd met. Aside from that, I did not give a shit, because the fights the Straw Hats had did not equate to their characters in the way it did with Wano. Wano's fights, nearly all of Wano's fights equated to character and what the characters had to go through. They got power-ups, yes, but the power-ups came alongside of a character inflection moment. In Water 7, it was kind of just power-ups and no character inflection. It was just, I kind of don't care who they're fighting. They could be fighting anyone. It wouldn't make any difference in Water 7. Or in Enies Lobby. And again, as you can see, that's where my differences lie. Like who Chopper was fighting? Chopper had a good moment regarding the monster that he had to unleash. That was fantastic. Who the fuck was Chopper fighting? I just did not care. And the irony is, Chopper's fight in Wano held so much more character significance and to who he is than his fight in Water 7. The monster release in Water 7 was fantastic, don't get me wrong. But the fight itself was just kinda, that's a fight, you know what I mean? What Chopper did in Wano correlated with who Chopper was and what he wanted to do, which was be a doctor, cure anything. He created a fucking vaccine in the middle of a battlefield. And people don't give him any credit for that because they didn't see him punch someone enough. And it just drives me nuts. Like, every time we went away from Robin in Enies Lobby is when it kind of felt like it went to me, because Robin and Frankie were the two interesting aspects of Enies Lobby. Like, it was a fantastic arc. Again, I'm not saying it was bad. I thought Water 7 was just incredible. I think all the arcs are incredible. But I feel like there's a real bias with Enies Lobby and people saying it's the best arc, because I'm like, in terms of writing, it's good, but Oda has far surpassed it since he's written that arc. Far surpassed it. Oop. It's true, the context matters more than the enemies in Enies Lobby. The thing is, I get it with Enies Lobby because they're all fighting for Robin. I just wish their fights also correlated more with their own characters and how they connected to Robin. Instead of just, okay, let's get to Robin. You know what I mean? But I think Oda has now very much perfected using fights as a leeway to character. Now he's incredible at writing fights that also correlate with character. He's really good at that now. That's why I think Wano is just exceptional. Wano was his fights at their best. at their very best. All the fights, nearly all of the fights the Straw Hats had, were all about a Straw Hat's character and what this fight meant for them. Because even Nami and Usopp's fights correlated with their characters. They fought together. And they were fighting to be Otama's support to get her to where they needed to get her. That is Usopp and Nami's character. They are not heavy hitters. They were never meant to be heavy hitters. Together, they were supporting the battlefield. And together, they were getting someone to where they needed to get them so they could change the tide, which is what Otama did. Otama changed the battlefield by telling everyone to fight for her. And Nami and Usopp, that is their role. Their role are to be the silent supporters. They always have been. Even in Dressrosa, that was Usopp's role. He was the silent support. But Dressrosa's fine. Even though Dressrosa, Usopp did nothing but be the support. And yet for some reason Dressrosa is given a pass and Wano isn't. And to this day I don't understand the difference there. I want to say it's just because Usopp unlocked a Haki. But he didn't even like use it up aside from once that he thought. And then that was it. And I'm like, I don't see the difference here. I don't understand why people will forgive Dressrosa Usopp or see the point of Usopp in Dressrosa and not see the point of Usopp in Wano. Even though his role is the same and it's always been that. I just never got it. They don't give Usopp on Dressrosa a pass. They say Usopp at Dressrosa is one of his best. Even though, once again, he did the same thing he did in Wano, which was be support, be the silent support. Why are they hating on Usopp for unlocking Haki and not developing it? And not on Zoro, who has clearly unlocked a Conqueror's Haki and is not developing that? It's just such... It is such a bias, it's unreal to me. Fucking Zoro's Conqueror's Haki has not even been mentioned since Wano. It's now been, what, 3.5 years? 2.5 years? Like, it seems pretty clear to me these two characters don't have people to help them with what they have unlocked, so how the fuck are they meant to develop it yet? I do hope Elbaf will be a turning point for them though. And every time someone in Wano, both Kaido and King said to said to Zoro, so you have the will of a king too. And Zoro went, huh? He was told 2 times. And both times he said, what the fuck are you talking about? He has no idea he has it. Zoro said, bro, that's my aura. Also, Usopp literally tanked Conqueror's Haki in Wano, by the way, when Kaido's Haki on the rooftop, or whoever's Haki on the rooftop, made everyone faint except for Usopp. And he pretended to have Conqueror's Haki through that, and it's like, hello? Oda's clearly taking the piss here. and also showing us something. There's a greater potential in Usopp than we and Usopp even know. And Oda will definitely hold his cards very close to his chest until he wants to show us that. Like, for all we know, Usopp unlocking his potential is going to be very last of arc story stuff. But Oda's not in a rush, and that's one of the things I like about him. He will set something up and he is happy to wait years until we finally get the result of what he set up. Which is why I'm not fussed about Usopp and his Haki, because I know Oda will get to it. I know he hasn't forgotten. He's just obviously waiting for when he wants to show it to us. I have no idea, Tsubaki, but you scare me with that. That scared me. I don't want to think about it. Also, Loki has a parallel to Sanji because of arranged marriages, thank you very much. This is a joke. I'm joking. However, wanting to kill his own dad, that's very Sanji core. Even though Sanji didn't go through with it, so I can't let them die. Remember? Sanji held a knife to judge. Oh my god, that's so low-key. I understand their eagerness, like I get the eagerness, but saying that like this is bad or this is bad or this is bad because it didn't address what you wanted it to address yet is what gets me. Like I'm eager to find out what's going to happen with Usopp. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say Oda fucked up an arc because he didn't write what I wanted him to write yet. Like, I've been holding out for Vivi becoming a Straw Hat. A permanent Straw Hat for fucking years. Every arc Oda doesn't make Vivi a permanent Straw Hat, I'm not going, boo! Bum arc, bum author, where is Vivi's permanent Straw Hat role? True, when is Zoro kissing Sanji? ZKS. Rosebuzz, have you noticed? That's why whenever I say I expect, I change that and say, I mean I hope. Because all I expect from One Piece is a good story. But I'm not Oda. I don't know what he wants to do. So I just hope things will happen. That way, if something happens that or something doesn't happen that I was hoping for it to happen, I don't go boo! Because my only expectation is I will enjoy the story and that the story will make sense. Like, I'm never upset when I'm wrong about something that's gonna happen in One Piece, because usually Oda like exceeds what I expected him to do anyways. Or he goes in a way that I hadn't expected and it excites me. Like, who the fuck guessed that Bonnie would unlock Gear 5 form? That made me jump out of my chair. Who the fuck expected Wappo to be important, right? I think that's hilarious. And Wappo pisses me off because, again, it makes sense. Oda likes putting characters together that have been together before. Wappo and Vivi were part of each other's stories at the time. So of course Wappo is going to be included in a Vivi story. She knows the guy. Even if she doesn't like him very much. Eh. Oh god, sorry. Oh my god, I'm sorry. The guy who created a spa? I remember that. He fell to the earth. Oh god, I love the princesses meeting up. And the Reverie, Vivi at the Reverie is just another reminder of why I love her so much. Because, you know, Shirahoshi was being chained by Charlos, that's his name, right? And Vivi was one of the only fucking people there that was yelling at how disgusting this was, and for someone to stop it, we have to stop it. I adore Vivi. She's just, when people say Vivi is like a characterless character, she doesn't do anything, whatever, it always makes me laugh because Vivi is literally like another version of Luffy. That's the point. Vivi and Luffy are so similar. It's just Vivi doesn't work on only instinct the way Luffy does a lot of the time. But the whole point of Vivi and Luffy is they are two sides of the same coin. Well, it's like, because if I say Vivi and Luffy are the same, people would say, well, Luffy in that situation would have just punched Charlos, which he already has. But of course, that's my point here. Vivi doesn't work on that instinct because she was in an environment where she is not allowed to. She also knows in that environment, if she did that, that would only cause more problems. That's what they've taught each other. Vivi has taught Luffy the necessity of holding back to find a more, I'd say, peaceful solution, and Luffy has taught Vivi the necessities of, but if there is someone you want beaten up, you are allowed to beat them up. Because I love when Luffy said to Vivi, you want Crocodile like punched, right? And she was like, yes, but we can't. And Luffy was trying to tell her, you are allowed to go and punch the shit out of Crocodile if you want to. Like, sometimes there's room for a peaceful solution, which there is, or a solution that isn't just the way for violence. Other times there's room for a solution where you can just punch the shit out of someone. And that's what they taught each other. Yep. I love that scene in Amazon Lily. But I love the parallel of Luffy punching Charlos, and then Vivi and the Reverie being the one to stand up to Charlos. Both Luffy and Vivi have faced this man and have fucking despised him and have done something against it. Like, it seems pretty clear to me Vivi and Luffy are connected in such a similar way. This is why, when it comes to Vivi and being a Straw Hat, I truly believe if she does join, she will be the diplomat. because Luffy has a fleet behind him. And a fleet full of thousands of pirates behind him. And the only person that can possibly help to command that fleet is Vivi. She's the one that knows how to do that. Luffy even said, I don't want this. I don't want this fleet behind me. If Vivi were there, I guarantee you that would be a different conversation. Impossible. But yeah, currently they have someone on their... Oh, they don't have anyone on their crew that can help command thousands of people in a fleet. That is Vivi's bread and butter. She definitely knows how to do that. Like, what if Luffy's fleet unionize? How the fuck are they gonna work through that? They need Vivi. She's the one that can help with the rights through the unionized meetings. I've also said this though, I don't believe this is gonna happen because I don't think Oda wants to do this, but if Vivi joins the crew permanently and her role is first mate, you will not... I will never shut up about that. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't. But I'm just saying, I do think if there is someone that would be possible for first mate, Vivi is pretty high up there because she's quite literally the princess of a kingdom. But I don't think that's gonna happen because I don't think there will be a first mate on the Straw Hats ever. But that sure would make me guffaw if Oda did that. Some people would drop One Piece because of that. And the people that would drop One Piece would be the people I wouldn't want to talk to anyway. Please call Yamato he in this chat. I'm just saying it's canon. I always have to say that. That's the canon law for Yamato. That's your first and only warning. YouTube chat, Thrash. This is one of the... Not to bring up the live action called Zoro the First Mate. What the fuck are they gonna do if Oda does actually make someone else the first mate? Because Zoro's role is not first mate. So what are they gonna do if like, that is total bias, you know what I mean? And again, we know that they did not do everything to Oda's plan. Once again, that's a lie. People who say that, you are wrong. So what are they gonna do if Oda does reveal someone else being the first mate? Because Zoro's role has never been first mate. There is no vice captain on the crew. That's marine propaganda. There's only first mate. The Japanese subs changed it to first crewmate. That's insane. No, Zoro's not the first mate. He has never been called the first mate. Oda even said Zoro's not the first mate. The Straw Hats do not have a first mate on the crew. There is no such thing as a Straw Hat first mate. That's a lie. This is why I always bring it up. It is the biggest misconception in One Piece. There is no such thing as a Straw Hat first mate. If there were, that would be Zoro's title. Zoro's title on the crew is Swordsman. It is not first mate. The only person who said Zoro's first mate to me was Bartolomeo. He said Zoro's not first mate, Zoro's not... Dude, vice captain and first mate are the same things. You should... There is no... If you are not the vice captain, I think it's pretty safe to say you are not the first mate. What the... I apologize, but the loopholes that is going through is insane to me. If Zoro were the first mate, that would be his, like, that'd be his title. He has never been called the first mate. How is this such a hard thing to understand? I'm sorry. This is not a hard thing to understand. Every single time Zoro is presented in the crew, it's always swordsman. No one on the Straw Hats has ever called him the first mate. Luffy has never called him the first mate. The only person outside of the Straw Hats to call him first mate is Bartolomeo. That's clearly a joke, because Bartolomeo was a super mega fan that kept getting facts about the Straw Hats wrong. For example, he thought Luffy was a really violent, dangerous guy. That was not the case. Bartolomeo was literally a joke on the super mega fan that was incorrect. Usopp also said to Luffy, if you ever fumble, I'll be the one to take charge as a vice captain. And Luffy said, okay. And no one says anything about that. There is no first mate. There is no vice captain on the crew. They are the same thing. There's no such thing on the crew. But yeah, I'm telling you, this it just really peeves me. The argument for this, it makes me insane, because there's this weird thing of people trying to make Zoro the more significant Straw Hat. When did Oda say that? It was in an SBS when he made a cover with Beppo, Zoro, Ben Beckman, Katakuri, and Ko on it. Someone asked Zoro, someone asked Oda, did you make that cover because Zoro's the first mate / vice captain? They are the same thing. And Oda said, no. Not everyone on this cover, like Zoro, is the first mate. I.e., Zoro is not the first mate / vice captain. That is not a thing. He never has been. Again, if he were, Luffy would call him that. The Straw Hats would call him that. His title would be that. He has always been introduced as swordsman. I just don't understand why people won't let that go. It's insane. Like, it is truly the biggest misconception. It is such a big misconception it made it to the live action. That's how big of a misconception that is. I can't believe the Japanese subs changed that. They knew they were wrong, and they changed that. That's insane. Right? Like, it's just crazy to me. People they project that onto Zoro. There is no difference between first mate and vice captain. I'm telling you, there is no difference. They mean the same thing. What the hell? I apologize for yelling. You are going through a loophole here. But my point still stands. Zoro has not been called either of those things. There is no difference. If you are labeled first mate, it means you are next to the captain, the same way a vice captain would be. That is what a first mate is. It is literally a ranking system. There is no difference. The only difference is one is more marine coded, the other is pirate coded. That is the only difference. There is no difference between first mate and vice captain. You are going through a loophole for some reason, and I don't know why. Like, what it sounds like is, actually, Oda said he's not the vice captain, not the first mate. Can you hear yourself? They're the same thing. He's never called Zoro either of those. Like, it sounds like Oda said he's not the vice captain, therefore he could still be the first mate. No, they are the same thing. Someone even said, you've put first mates on this page, such as Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman is a first mate / vice captain. Same thing. And Oda said, no, Zoro's not one of those. It is the same thing. I'm sorry, this is driving me nuts. I feel like I'm talking about nothing right now. Like, seriously. It's just, I feel like you're trying to go through a loophole that is not there. But yeah, I'm sorry, we all have to make peace with the fact Zoro is a swordsman. He is not a first mate. He is not vice captain. They are the same thing! They're the same thing, and he's not either of those. Yeah, Zoro is not the first mate. He's not. Again, the live action, I don't know why the live action did that, but that's another one of the reasons why I cannot stand it. Anyways, there is no such thing as a first mate on the Straw Hats. Doesn't exist. It's never existed. Well, the conversation you're making is nothing! Don't piss me off. But you can see why that's a stupid question. Come on. Aren't they different? No, they are not different. First mate means you are second to the captain. I'm the first mate of the Straw Hats. Me! Damn. But yeah, this is why I always bring this up. There was someone that said, you always bring this up, and I always bring this up because it is the biggest misconception. The biggest misconception I think that One Piece has, that the Straw Hats have a first mate. And I'm telling you that it's me! I'm telling you, if there was a first mate, we would know definitively by now, because Oda would give them the title. Who did that? That did make me jump. I did shake. I shook in my fucking pantaloons. That made me do that. Thanks for that. Anyways. Vegapunk never called Zoro the vice captain! Where are you guys getting this from? What is going on? Also, even if someone else calls him the vice captain, it doesn't matter unless it's the Straw Hats. Unless Oda calls that to him. Sorry, unless Oda calls him that. Unless Luffy calls him that. Unless the Straw Hats call him that. That doesn't mean anything. But no, Vegapunk has never called him that. What is happening? What is going on? This misconception is just getting out of hand. It's just such a misconception. I'm trying to think of an equivalent. So Nami is called the Navigator. Luffy says, she's my navigator. Luffy says, Sanji's my cook. Robin herself labels herself the archaeologist. Frankie is the shipwright because Luffy searched for a shipwright. Luffy called Usopp the sniper. Luffy called Brook the musician. Luffy called Jinbei, Nami also called Jinbei, the helmsman. Where in the fucking world has Zoro ever been called the first mate by Luffy or anyone on the Straw Hats? Do you see how inconsequential this is? Do you see what I'm talking about? Chopper is called the Doctor because Nami, Luffy, everyone calls Chopper the Doctor. Can you see why this doesn't make sense? No one on the crew has ever called Zoro that. So why is he that? You know what they have called him? The Swordsman. He is the Straw Hat Swordsman. That's what he is. I don't know why people won't make peace with that. I feel like they just want Zoro to be the better Straw Hat, so they try and make him second to Luffy. No such thing exists. That doesn't exist. Everyone is equal to Luffy. Everyone. It's just, this drives me nuts because everyone will argue to the moon about this, and I know I'm right because not even Oda agrees with that. Damn, you listen to the author? You rely on the author for your information? That's what this feels like. Anyways. It genuinely feels like, why are you bullying me? I'm right. Because when I talk about this, I feel like people think I have a vendetta against Zoro or something. I am more than happy for Zoro to be built up as the first mate. But he's not. This is a simple fact of me saying, you can theorize or have the headcanon that he is. I'm telling you he's not. And I believe that's important to the dynamic of the Straw Hats. I believe it's important that there is no first mate on the Straw Hats. Because Luffy trusts all of them equally. Mr. Bushido by Vivi. Yeah. Well, there has been a character outside of the Straw Hats that is called Zoro the First Mate, and again, that's Bartolomeo. People use that as evidence, and I'm saying that is not evidence at all because Bartolomeo's whole, skit, his whole gag is he kept getting information about the Straw Hats wrong. He was a super fan who only went by what he thought. He even said, Zoro's the first mate to me. That's the joke. Like, how do people not get that? If you use Bartolomeo as evidence for that, you are the joke. You are Bartolomeo. It's literally his headcanon. But yeah, I just think this is important because I can't believe even the live action got this wrong. And the fact that the Japanese subs changed it is insane to me. Because they knew. They went, incorrect, we gotta change this. But yeah, fun fact, at the beginning of every volume, there's a little infographic card. And it'll tell you the character, and it'll tell you the character and their position. You got Sanji Cook, Nami Navigator, Robin Archaeologist, Frankie Shipwright, Usopp Sniper, Luffy Captain, Chopper Doctor, Brook Musician, Jinbe Helmsman. And then guess what Zoro's is? Swordsman. Also, yeah, Zoro and Luffy, Zoro and Sanji being the wings don't make sense if one of them is viewed as second to the captain. He sure can handle some swords. But I think one of the reasons this just gets me up in arms so bad is because not only is this, like, I think the biggest misconception, but also Oda's very particular in what he writes in the roles he gives people. Oda oversaw the live action. I've talked about this. He couldn't change anything or everything that he probably wanted to change. I've talked about this. Just because Oda was on the live action team doesn't mean he could do what he wanted or change what he wanted. We know this. There were parts in the live action Oda didn't like. And they still put it in. This, like, so what gets me is I don't understand. We have a story that Oda is writing 99% of. He makes 99% of the decisions in his manga. So why do you then go outside of the manga and say, but this happened here? As far as I'm concerned, what happens outside of the manga doesn't mean jack shit. It's a fun thing you can look at. It does not mean jack. I'm reading Oda's story, and I'm reading what Oda has written. If he doesn't say it in the manga, why the fuck would I care about what that other thing has said? He's not in charge to a full extent of that thing as he is like the manga. Anyone who uses anything outside of the manga as any kind of argument to me, I'm sorry, I kind of shut down. Because I'm like, but that's not what Oda has written. Like, I am talking about One Piece from what the author has written. I'm not talking about One Piece from what other people have written and Oda has just looked at. Once again, if we're going to use this argument, I'm going to start saying, can you believe Sanji is the only person Zoro has given Wado to? The only person? Can you believe Zoro trusts Sanji so much he's only given Wado to Sanji? I can start doing that. But people will call me like, oh, you can't do that because blah, blah, blah. Why not? Apparently Oda oversaw everything about Food Wars Sanji. Oda was very involved in Food Wars. So it's like, it is such a double-edged sword that it's like, okay, so if the live action did that, I can then talk about everything the Food Wars Sanji version has done and say, actually, this is canon. Did you know that? Do you see how stupid that is? It just drives me nuts. Anyway, use the manga as your sources of anything. Stop going outside of the manga to try and find things. You will find everything you need in the manga. If you can't find what you need in the manga, it's either because Oda hasn't written it or because you have a different idea to what Oda's writing. Is that simple? Oh my god, Stronghold's canon. Film Red is canon. Fun fact, Oda has overseen every movie to different extents. They're all canon, actually. Well, here's the thing. You can think of it as semi-canon, but I will always argue you should not use any of that kind of stuff for any kind of argument about the narrative and characters. You can see it as a fun side thing. I will never use any of the movies, the novels, the live action, anything for any kind of essay I will ever use. Uta's not canon, she's canon divergence. So what Oda said is Uta is like a story that he could write if he, like, he wanted to write if he could, but he just couldn't. So it's not that Uta's canon. Like, he put her in as an Easter egg, that's true, but she's not canon, no. She's canon divergence. I think the way you should view movies, you should view novels is, this is stuff if in another world Oda could write it, but he decided it didn't have a place in the manga. That's why with Shanks and Garling, I'm waiting for the manga to actually say it. Canon divergent. Anyway, look, my job is One Piece. I know this sounds like I'm really getting up in arms about nothing, but my job is One Piece. My job is analysis and essay videos on One Piece. So you can imagine, I want to get my sources right, you know? And the source is the manga. And to an extent, Oda's SBSs as well, but that's it. That is all you should be using. It's any kind of source material. That is so weird. My job is One Piece. Hi. Vivre cards don't count for shit. There's this whole thing of like, Oda writes them, Oda oversees them. Once again, the Vivre cards have been wrong multiple times. Just use the manga. If it's not in the manga, if it's not in the manga and it's not Oda's word of mouth, ignore it. You can think that's fun, but it doesn't mean anything. The Vivre card conversation makes me insane because people go, oh, Oda oversees it. He oversees fucking everything that's One Piece because he's the One Piece guy. You seriously think he's sitting there checking every single Vivre card? Bro's a busy man. They also confirmed another company writes the Vivre cards. It is not Oda. My point is, if it's not the SBS and if it's not the manga, I just don't know why anyone would take anything at face value. You should take the SBS. Even the SBS is Oda fucking around. But the SBS is Oda's word of mouth, and the manga is Oda's own story. Oda interviews, fantastic. I use Oda interviews as well, regarding how he talks about One Piece. You should only be using the author's words if you want to talk about, like, at an analysis level like I do, you should only be using the author's words. The Oda's words? Yes. No, I don't think Uta will come into the story at all. At all. I think Uta will be like Shiki in the sense that it'll be more Easter eggs than anything, but not anything super significant. The Kizaru thing is so interesting. I can't wait to see what comes from that. Ominous music. Right, the editor that says Oda supervises these. Meanwhile, where the fuck is this so-called editor? This is giving the editors made Luffy and Zoro fight in Whiskey Peak. Like, there is absolutely no evidence about the editor saying Oda writes the Vivre cards or supervises the Vivre cards. That is infactual. Literally, the sources trust me, bro. I need a drink. Oh my god, I need a drink after all this rambling. After I feel hate-filled and violent. I'll be back. Hey, Poppy. Poppy, you take control of the stream. She's not gonna. She's gonna jump. Yeah. Whatever, I'll be back. Also, I just remembered while I was getting my dank, when the new SBS volume was coming out, but when the thing with Shanks losing his arm, I actually need to look that up because I hear that a lot. But I don't know if that's true. And I've learned my lesson now. I have to look this up because, again, it feels like Zoro, Luffy, Whiskey Peak. So I assume he either said that in an SBS or an interview, if that is true. But I'm gonna have to ask Foily to help me find that. Because that sounds like it could be hearsay. But I don't actually know. Anyways, as I was getting my drink, I just remembered when the new volume of SBS was coming out, because it's released separately now, because Oda gets so many questions. The leaks, of course, came out, and so many people going, oh my god, Oda mentioned the Vivre cards, he mentioned the Vivre cards in the SBS. And people were telling me about that, and I was like, well, it's the leaks, so calm down. For all we know, he actually didn't. The official book actually came out. I have never heard anything about it since. No one has said anything about it since, so I'm starting to believe that probably was a leak translation, or mistranslation, and it actually wasn't true. Because no one said anything about it after that, after they officially came out. And you'd think I'd see that everywhere regarding, you know, how this shit works, but no. Apparently it was just dropped. But whatever. From what I know, someone was asking Oda for a character's height. A character's height and birthday. And the leaks said... The leaks said that, Oda said... Sorry, the leaks said that Oda said... if you want that information, just go to the Vivre cards. And like I said, then the SBS officially came out, and then I heard nothing of it since. So I'm like, did he say that, or the leak is just being wrong on purpose? I think I asked Foily, and I think Foily said she couldn't find anything about it. You know what Oda did say in his SBS? He said, obviously Dragon couldn't take Luffy with him, because think about it, he's the most wanted man in the world. That's my goat! Defending Dragon. Oda got sick of you people. He said, use your brain! Obviously Dragon couldn't raise Luffy. Oh my god, spoilers, Thrash. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, hang on. Don't look at my screen, I'm doing something. Hi, guys. I'm getting a gift for Brittany. My door's open, don't tell her. Oh, hi, Zim. Sorry, I'm gonna get back to editing soon. Sorry, I know I'm like sitting here doing nothing. Just give me a moment. I promise I'm doing something.
Whack his pee-pee.
I'm just deciding on things. This is a Blue Yeti. Ironic, I know. The name. No, you cannot give yourself all of the channel points, Zim. You do that, I'm taking your power away from you. Favorite Luffy form? Gear 5, 1,000,000,000%. Snake Man second because he's sexy. He's got his sexy form and his goofy form. This music is just so... Papa, we're going to see the carnival today. Luffy's sexy form is Snake Man. Sorry, I'm nearly done with what I'm doing. Alright, done. I got her a gift. My door's open, so don't tell her. Alright, back to work. Why don't I have a Sunji pregnant gif? I look up Sunji pregnant. I mean, I've got the emotes, thank you, Bertha. Excuse me. I just wanted a gif of Sunji pregnant. Hang on, I sent it to Brittany and she's saying, is he pregnant? I have to send her the... I have to send her the meme. God, what did I call it? Right, sorry. I'll get back to work actually now. You cosplay as Sanji? You should cosplay as pregnant Sanji. God, no. Where's your joy and your whimsy? Oh fuck, hang on. Something's making my skin flare up again. Oh, I have it next to me. I'm obsessed with how some people come into my chat and ask me questions about One Piece like I'm Oda. Will this happen? Sorry, I'm not making fun of you, but of course my answer to that is I don't know. You think I've got all the answers? I am writing One Piece. How would Sanji react to pregnant Sanji? Depends if a woman impregnated him. Oh god, my schnoz is feeling yucky. If a woman impregnated him, he'd be honored. Realistically though, he'd be fucking terrified because he hates his own blood. He hates his own genes. I did call that Zoro was nervous in Elbaf. Grr! Never say I don't understand Zoro again! I know that man! I know him! That's like the only thing I got right though, that and Loki. Don't take my word for anything. I don't know what happens in regards to fights and powers, I just notice when a character's acting off. Next thing I'll be right about is Sanji acting off. Oh, and I guess Sanji getting picked up by giant babes and being called cute specifically. Winner. Fuck, I wish I had biceps. It's so embarrassing, my twig SpongeBob arms. Fuck, I gotta go to the gym. I promised February I'm getting back on track to the gym. I think Christmas just fucked me up. Sanji is literally me. Pregnant? You walked into it. How big is my wingspan? Pretty good. Going the wrong way. I'm literally the next LeBron James. I can throw 3 throws like you couldn't even imagine. Boxes from the other side of the ring. I'm like the two elbowed race in One Piece. I can beat the Gear 5 Luffy. He's literally a drawing. I'll just fucking chuck him in some water and he's dead. You can say that about real life Luffy too, actually. Oh, God. Sorry, my nose is, I think my nose is like dry and yucky right now. Zim, you'll never guess where this music's from. Thrash got it. See this? See this? Now I have to use my thumb to get this off. Ah! You don't understand. This is like a saw trap to me. This texture is disgusting. They have put the most disgusting texture you can possibly imagine as this. I am at risk of... I hate it. Ah! Oh, please, please. Oh! Mm. I can't. No! I'm getting a knife. I can't do this. I failed my saw trap. Okay. I usually don't have to get a knife, but because of these claws, it's difficult. But after I record my video, I'm going to be chopping them off. Okay, thank God. Bro, I burn photos of Sanji every day. You mistake how I love these characters. I would beat Sanji up. Okay. That was tough work. I'll be back. Whew. Thank you for the sub. The song was from Xenoblade, by the way, Zim. I was too focused trying to change my headphones to give a straight answer. Well, that's what happens when you throw games in. Damn, so true. Can you believe Joy Boy nodded someone? Oh my god, I'll never forget Reverie, and I'm sorry, I always forget his name, but he had like knot theory or knotting theory, and how that made me chuckle. And I was so worried in that moment he thought I was laughing at his theory when I was actually laughing at the name knotting theory. And I was like, it's not the theory, it's not the theory. Just the term knotting theory just caught me off guard. Lil Luffy, I say this respectfully. ABO, saying ABO is pretty tame, I think you and I may both be way too deep in the rabbit hole. Because to a normal person, I do not think it's pretty tame. I think we might be lost causes. Look what you've done, now they're going to Google it. Zim, I wasn't even talking to you. Everything, huh? I get angry at someone? Oh, it's gotta be about me. Oh, Googling it, you meant. You didn't know what that was? Damn. I say bad habits in this. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. What you do? What you do? Made a move. Should have made a move. Is it too late to pursue? Based. Luffy, not very base that you don't know that. All-Star Rest Area? Super Smash Bros. Melee. Whatever. Alright. If it's Kirby, go find it then, damn. Kirby. Ew! I have got to find what game that's from. Thrash, I can't tell what that is. Two things came to my head. The first one was, huh. The second one was, huh. And I think both of those are wrong. Oh, it is the second one. Okay. No, there's a game. There's a Kirby game. It's a DS Kirby game, I'm pretty sure. And every time he completes a level, he makes a noise. And he goes, ew! But it sounds like he's saying, ew! I think it's every time he completes a level. I know it's not Kirby's Epic Yarn. All I know is I think it's not the mecha one. I think it's a game where he, like, every time you finish a world, he climbs up like a vine. And I'm pretty sure it's DS or 3DS. Did somebody say go to darkness? Mickey, it's Riku. They put bugs in him. What? I piss and poo. I piss and poo, but mostly pee. Shut up! I'll never forget singing, if love is tragedy, why are you my clarity? And Foily just yelled, shut up! I was vibing, and she had to shoot me down. She was like, caca wee whiz. Wouldn't it be born to shit, forced to piss? You hate the You know what a good song was? If I could turn back time to the good old days. I hate that song. I hated that song when it came out, and I still hate that stupid song. Wake up, you need to make money. You know what song is like not the best song, but is still like good? Oh, 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 oh. And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? And if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like you've been here before? I want to be an optimist about this. Early 2010s was filled with special songs. That is so true, because 2010s is when Fireflies by Owl City came out. Owl City started it, and no one else met that magnificence that Owl City started. You would not believe your eyes. You know what my friend said to me? She forgot the name of that song. We were gonna go see Wicked, so we were just talking before we were gonna see the movie. And she forgot the name of Fireflies, and she was like, you used to listen to a song all the time, I forgot the name. And I was like, how does it go? And she went, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And I said, what the fuck are you singing? She went, you know, the start. It goes, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. She couldn't remember any of the lyrics. All she could remember was the electronic start. And I said, you're gonna have to look this up. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, Fireflies by Owl City. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. No, here's the thing. This friend does sing. She's a good singer. It's just she was trying to replicate the electronic start of Fireflies by Owl City. Take on Me is easy. Yeah, Owl City still makes music. He made the song for the ending of Wreck-It Ralph, the first movie. When can I see you again? Oh, oh, oh. They also made the "We don't even have to try, it's always a good time." Whoa, oh, 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 oh. I'm bad, and that's good. What do you mean? 2010s was full of nothing but peak. Remember Bounce? Bounce. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bounce. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Nothing but pig. I was still shocked to find out that Fall Out Boy's most famous song globally is not Thanks for the Memories. Fall Out Boy's #1 song in Australia is Thanks for the Memories. I don't know any other fucking song from Fall Out Boy, and if I do, I don't remember the name of it, and I didn't know that was Fall Out Boy. But I was told Thanks for the Memories is not the top song in America. It's like Sugar We're Going Down or something. I guarantee you they have never fucking played that song on the radio in Australia. Thanks for the Memories, they play that, like, constantly, still. So I was shocked that Thanks for the Memories is not their #1 song globally. This happened because I was talking to Anna, and I was like, the only song I know from them is their most popular song, and it's Thanks for the Memories. And she went, what? And I said, thanks for the memories. That's the most popular song. Huh? What do you mean? How does Sugar We're Going Down even go? It insists upon itself. This is not better than Thanks for the Memories. Are you kidding me? Thanks for the Memories is so much more exciting than this. This song is so boring. Ah! Is that scary? Oh my god, Anna would be really upset at me if I said that, but this is a boring song. This song, like, doesn't change. Thanks for the Memories is better, I'm sorry. Let the good times roll. Who does he think he is? Back to the key. What am I at one more time? Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. He tastes like you, only sweeter. This song's so much better. Americans have horrible taste. Thanks for the memories. Americans get like the most average sounding song on an album and go, yeah, that's the best song. A song about guns? There's already a good song about that. 121 guns! What is this song? Oh, Metroid again. Was American Idiot at least popular in America from Green Day, right? Was that at least popular in America? Don't wanna be an American idiot. Okay, good. At least you guys liked American Idiot. Mug of microwave water is foul. I know what you mean. I know because my American friends tell me that. That is foul. I still can't believe that. You know what was a banger song from that time? He said, I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but we live underwater. And your great-great-great-granddaughter is doing fine. Doing fine. That was bangers. Gives You Hell was good too. I was also thinking about Gives You Hell. Who made Gives You Hell? Was that Green Day? Or was that Blink-182? It was... Or is that someone else? The All-American Rejects. Fuck. Look, you can't blame me. They kind of all blend together. I still have All the Small Things on my playlist to this day. All the small things, truth cared, truth brings. I'll take one lift, your ride, best trip. Always, I know you'll be at my show, watching, waiting, commiserating. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home. Na 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 na. Bangers. All the Small Things also makes me laugh. All the... This is such a yata-tata music. I love Legend of Zelda music because it's so yata-tata. Ta-ta. Active, you're so right, because when I went to New York, I liked the food, but I was starved for something fresh, and then I seeked out a restaurant that would serve like a fresh salad. And I found a Mediterranean restaurant that's made a really, really good Mediterranean salad, and I was like, oh, thank God. Wrigley. Oh, that's everywhere. Oh my God, that's easy. That's everywhere. Yeah, maybe you have a car, idiot. Wrigley's a #1 America defender. That's true, Palpetta. I must admit, your fresh fruit didn't look very desirable when I was there. There were so many oranges, though. Now they're saying if you know where to go. It's everywhere, but you have to know where to go. Okay. Not so everywhere then, is it? Americans will be like, we know what fresh food is, and then they have cheese in a can. You can't trick me. Sorry, Americans. I appreciate you guys. Oh yeah, you have good stuff. It's just hard to find. That's the point. You even proved that, because you said you gotta know where to look, dumbass. Brig, that is the most American thing I've ever heard an American say. Okay, but it's the same as other countries. Wrong. Person who's never been to another grocery store in any other country. That is true. So many. What? You're right. So many American salads were like lettuce. That is really true, actually. I remember when I was looking for like a good salad to have. It was like lettuce central. And I was like, I'm not the biggest fan of lettuce. This is killing me. Well, you see, Brig thinks it's the same because she knows where to look. That's the difference. Also, your produce was significantly more expensive as well. It's probably some of the most expensive I had seen. Thrash, what the fuck? Oh my god, I can't even enjoy my carrots and peace cucumbers and peace anymore. Americans make a salad and go, lettuce, tomato, maybe olives, maybe red onion, and maybe cucumber. Carrot if we're feeling a bit crazy about it. And that's it. That's a salad. That makes sense, actually, because they love coleslaw in America. And it's nothing... Isn't coleslaw just, like, cabbage? Cabbage with, like, mayonnaise or something? Active, do you think... I'm like roasting you guys, I'm sorry. Do you think they know what rocket is? Ugh. Yeah, active, that's true. As don't you say, you can get it anywhere in America. It's easy. But you have to know where to go, duh. Dude, I'll never get over someone in my Discord. They're so funny, I love talking to them. But they went to Melbourne and they said Melbourne food is mid. And I said, who the fuck did you talk to and what restaurants did you go to? And they were like, I did it the old-fashioned way to find the best food you could. I talked to like an old guy that like had lived there for a while and asked where the best restaurants were. And they weren't that good. And I was like, you should not be talking to the old people in Melbourne about where the best food is. What the fuck are you talking about? That poor fella probably doesn't even know that those restaurants have changed ownership like 10 times over since he's been living there. Melbourne food is delicious. The thing with Melbourne is the food is fantastic, but the issue is one food spot will probably change after like, I'd say 6 months to a year. Because they get bought out and then they change ownership and you can definitely taste the difference. But we've always got new restaurants popping up, so it's not the worst case scenario. It can be sad if you really like the place though. There was a ramen place I loved here, and then they changed ownership and you could taste the difference and it wasn't as good. Hang on. Ugh, I gotta take my bucket of hummus out. Great food, terrible salad. Ah! Oh my god, don't say that to them. I've decided everyone says copium to me. I'm gonna say, no, you're coping! I'm sick of it. I will say, Unactive, I don't know if you agree with this or not, the meat in America had like a weird aftertaste to it. All the meat I had, especially because I was in New York, it was like alright, but there was a weird aftertaste to all of it. And I don't know what that was. Yeah, the meat tasted different. I can't describe it. It just did not... Like, it wasn't a good aftertaste. I didn't quite like it, but it was good until the aftertaste. But I can't describe the taste, I just remember it. I remember going, oh. Because I was eating a burger, a boiger in New York, and I was thinking, wow, delicious. And then there was an aftertaste that hit me. And I was like, was that the burger itself? What was that? Then I went to a steak restaurant, it was the same aftertaste. I'm not exactly an Australia, like, uplifter. Like, I don't defend Australia to any kind of insane extents, but I will happily say, our meat in Australia is just so fucking good. Like, I want to, like, live outside of Australia once in my life, but I'm genuinely like, but then I can't eat our delicious meats. Okay, no Mario Party after this because I have got to record after this. Sun's gone down. The stars come out. That all I want is here right now. But yes. After this I have to record. You had a VB? Okay, respectfully speaking, look, I'm not a beer fan, but I didn't think VB was the best beer. I will say I'm not a fan of Kangaroo. Well, yeah, VB is like our stereotype beer, isn't it? VB and 4X Gold. And they're both not our best beers. Well, to be fair, Australian beer I think is not very good in general. Have you seen that video of someone asks a girl, like, in England, who's got the best cuisine? Like, what country is the best cuisine? And she goes, England. And even the guy, like, they're all English there. And he's like, are you sure? And she's, yeah, England. And they're like, no one else. She's, yeah, England? What's wrong? It's good food. This is what Brigley sounds like right now. But America's got the best stuff. We have the best stuff. It's a bit rubbish, I must say. I've had food in France, England. England, of course, no, not very good, but that's a given. France, England, New York, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Italy, New York. And New York's apparently some of your best. I would definitely not be putting New York in any top fives. Like, England's below you, but you are not above anyone else. It's everywhere, but it depends on where you go. It depends, but it's everywhere, but it depends. You're right, I specifically picked out the most shit places to go. On purpose. Checkmate, idiot. I didn't even pick the places to go. The friends who I had who lived in New York picked them. Dumbass. You're right, I didn't know the right Americans. Americans only know the shit places to go. Tourists only know the shit places to go. Apparently, only Brigley knows the best places to go. She's the only one. That's true. Drop the list. And I'll go everywhere to you recommend next time. All I know is I'll never forget the culture shock I got when I got a lobster roll with my friend, because she was like, they have the best lobster rolls. I've had better. And she was like, they've got the best lobster rolls, and I was like, okay. And then he asked, would you like some chips with it? And I went, oh yes please. And then he directed me to just like a bowl that had bagged chips in it. And I went, what? I have never, like, it is just weird to me that you guys eat bagged chips with, like, actual meals. That is so bizarre to me. Not hot chips, no, I'm telling you, if you come to Australia, you will not in your life find a cafe or restaurant that will serve bagged chips. Because it's seen as, like, a snack food, and people would think they're getting, like, they think they're in a very cheap place that is, making bad food. Yeah, sitting down and eating bagged chips in a restaurant, that sure was an experience. In a cafe. We don't have bagged chips in our Subway either. Like, eating chips with your sandwich, bagged chips with your sandwich is simply not a thing that we do here. Because it's a snack. And your sandwich is the lunch/snack. Bagged chips are just something that you munch on. It's not something you have with anything. Oh yeah, giving your card to the bartender was also weird. You guys will have like a delicious healthy sandwich and then bagged chips. That's just unbelievable to me. Really? I do not have that here. I've never seen that. Damn, Sydney's weird. You give your card to the bartender so they stop you from running out. Good God. Good God. That sure is interesting at a societal standpoint. I didn't take any money out physically when I was in America. Do you have to pay to take money out of an ATM? Because you used to have to do that in Australia years ago, not anymore. Damn, that is insane. Brigley, or you simply are at a table, you order food, you order drink all throughout the night, and then after They give you the bill and no card has to be taken. That's crazy. How do they know what tab to put it on if a whole group is under one card? Do they have, like, little notes? If I hear someone's name and they've given them a tab, can I just go up and say, yeah, under that person's tab, please? So I can just go up and say, yeah, I'm on that person's tab, and just get free drinks. They're remembering faces, but how will they know I'm with that group? Like, what if I just stand around them for a bit and look like I'm involved in the group? I get free drinks. Yeah, so I'll just stand around with the group. I'd be weird, but I get free drinks. I'm seeing loopholes. Now I know how to get free drinks. Hello! But yeah, for us, if it's a bartending situation, it's, can I get this? Sure. Alright, that's this much. And they just hold on the thing, beep, and you're done. And you still get to keep your card. Hi. Several transactions? Hang on. So you are opposed to the idea of every time someone gets a drink, they just pay for their drink? How? That is... What? Damn, people are standing in a line and waiting to get something individually. I now have to pay each individual person. Or I have to transaction each individual person. That is not weird. Also, it's already several transactions if you're building up the tab anyways. Like, they still have to note down on the tab that you bought that drink, so why not just pay for it already? Also, that way you know how much you're spending through the night without having to try and keep track. And if actually, that is what it sounds like to me. It sounds more like they're trying to get you to pay more because you can't see where that money's going because you pay the tab at the end of the night. And unless you know what everyone's doing, you have no idea how much you're going to pay by the end of the night. But what makes me laugh is you say, put everything on one tab, and then by the end of the night you split the bill. Or, everyone just orders their own drinks, pays at the bar, and the night continues on. And nothing needs to be followed up. That's why this is, like, ridiculous to me. The bartenders are busy making your drink. They hand over your drink and then they show you the machine. Beep, you're done. It takes 2 seconds. What are you talking about? This is, once again, Brigley keeps saying the most American things I've ever heard. But the way we do it is easier is what I'm hearing. And I'm saying it's clearly not. Because we function very well over here. And from what I know, we pay our bartenders better. So this is why I'm like, what are you talking about? Danny, some cultures don't tip at all. Australia does not tip at all. Japan does not tip at all. South Korea does not tip at all. I don't think you tip in France either. Were you tipping in France? Wait, do you have to tip your bartenders? That's why you guys have tabs, because you have to calculate the fucking tip you give them at the end. That makes a lot more sense. Tips are not mandatory, but, like, you are an asshole if you don't tip. Because some people live off the tips. I must say that I just felt bad when I was in New York and I had like waiters around me. It felt bad because like I could feel there wasn't an authenticness in like how they were talking to me. It was just be as nice as I can so I can get big tip. And I'm not saying to them like, oh, how dare you? Like I wasn't like, ew, I'm not going to tip you. It just felt dystopian. And I was like, of course I tipped everyone when I was in America, but I was like, this feels so different. It feels like weird because they're so, they're vigilant, but not in like a way that is like nice, in a way that's like, it feels like they're fighting for their life to get a tip. And it is so different in other places in the world. But yeah, now I know why you guys have tabs, because you have to tip your bartenders. So I can now see why Brig is thinking, why would you all pay separately? Because all of you then have to separately tip. Or like separately tip per drink. And yeah, that would be annoying. I wouldn't say you're vindicated. I'd say it's a bit... I'd say the system's a bit broken, but... No, we don't tip at all. Also, haha, Danny, haha. I don't know what other countries actually tip. I was shocked to find out that you tip in England. Also, the whole time I was there, I didn't tip because I was with Sarah and I was telling her, you have to tell me when I have to tip. I didn't have to tip anywhere. But I was shocked that's even a thing for you guys. I was genuinely under the assumption only America had the tip system. Right? Do you know how weird it is when people like... It felt weird when people were paying at the end of their meals and then they had to calculate like their tip, and you'd see everyone bringing out their phone to like, you know, calculate the tip they had to pay. And I was like, this is so fucking weird. I've also heard 15. When I went there, I was told 15. Also, writing down the tip on the receipt as well. And that's why you have to calculate it. Because other places had, would you like to tip like 15, 20 or like 25% on like the machine? So you didn't have to think about it, it was just in. But a lot of places over there, you had to write it down on the receipt after calculating it. And I was like, what is going on? I couldn't imagine having how many fucking drinks and I'm sloshed and then I have to calculate a tip. I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. Oh, also the fact that you guys don't include tax in your prices and they calculate the tax at the counters when you buy it. That's weird as fuck too. That really threw me in for a loop. So anything I was buying off a shelf, I had to remember it's gonna be more than that. They don't include tax in like the shelf price. So when you go up to the counter to buy something, they then add the tax. And I would always hold my breath for like, how much is this gonna be? I'm not going to be live streaming 12 hours today because I have to record after this. It's a cool day today, so I want to take advantage of that. Brig, I don't know why you're so upset. I'm saying that I was just shocked. I was shocked at these things that I saw. And of course the irony is, greatest country in the world is like, you know, your propaganda. And I'm not saying you believe that. I'm saying that anyone who has lived outside of America in a different first world country, because of course there's a difference there, will certainly be baffled at how this is even propaganda. New York traffic was fucking insane. It felt like there were no road rules. I had no idea what was going on. Dude, I thought like the New York like traffic road rage was like a joke. And then I went there, beep, 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 beep. No fucking wonder they're beeping at each other. No one is following the fucking road rules. I remember watching a red light. It doesn't matter if the light is red or green. People will be fucking slowly going across the road anyway. Light was red, guy stopped, guy behind him beeped. And beeped at him until he moved, even though the light was red. And I was like, what is happening? I think New York is just... It's just such a big city that I think no one cared. There were just so many cars. I was scared. I was scared. New York City was scary. And I didn't even see any big rats. I only saw a little mouse. I don't watch the dub, but I'm glad to know Sanji is barked in every language. By the way, when I was playing One Piece Odyssey, and Sanji runs, like into a dog or something, I say the words, I talk about Sanji, and then I say, well, it could have been worse, he could have started barking. And someone commented after the Egghead episode came out, this aged so poorly. What? And I liked it, god damn it. Sometimes Toei deliver. I thought it was adorable. That's my goat. Ugh. The pose. Oh, he's sad and pathetic. Nah, I'm not getting got again. I've already got twice today. Ben Daddy! Oops. This song, I'm obsessed with it because the snare drum. The snare drum is so... I'm obsessed because the idea of a guy, this song is so chill, and then the guy on the snare drum in the back, ah! He doesn't get a single break. Everyone, la 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 la, and then the guy on the snare drum is sweating his ass off. The guy on his keyboard. I fucking love that meme. I've used that a few times. This is like, I've talked about this before, in the can. There's a single triangle in the can. I'm pretty sure it's the can. And the guy in the triangle just goes ape shit. Ding 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 ding. He just goes insane. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Morbius, Orpheus, seashells by the seashore for your walruses. Hi, Bobbing. Changing stations. Yep, down she goes. Yeah, the women that love Sunji love his simp nature. That's kind of why they love him. This is like, I've told you, the term simp is such a weird term for me. Because every time a man uses the word simp, I am incredibly sus of that. When they use simp in a negative context. Because simp usually just means you want to be nice to women. But men take it as you are prioritizing women over men. How dare you? You are a simp. And they turn it into a negative thing. And usually they label someone a simp just because they're like nice and normal to like women. And it's like, what the fuck? So when I hear people call Sunji a simp, I'm like, I understand he has moments, but usually his primary thing is he just wants to protect and help women when he can. And they call him a simp. Unlike Zoro, who only prioritizes men! That's what men should do! But yeah, Sanji fans love Sanji simpy ways. We love Sanji simp. We think he's adorable. Shrimp. Oh, sorry, Poppy.
was just making sure she wasn't touching Mary. Sorry. Sorry, house update. They're taking Mary to the vet again because the last vet was useless. Just useless. And didn't tell them anything, and Mary is still not feeling good at all. So they're taking her somewhere now. She just has a yucky tummy. Like, she's got a very sore tummy, I think. And the vet that they went to yesterday just went, damn, I don't know what's wrong. And basically did nothing. And now she's not feeling good today again. Brittany, well, we think she's feeling worse. So we're like, we gotta take her again. Well, they're taking her again. But yeah, disappointing stuff to hear. I'm sure she'll be alright. We think, because we have cat grass on the balcony, we think that's what happened is she ate some cat grass on the balcony, but something like, some wind blew something into the cat grass that was unhealthy, and she's got a bug or something because of that. She's looking really exhausted. She made me so sad. Because usually Mary walks around and she screams and screams. She's really yappy. And she's very energetic. But last night she was coming into my room every now and then and she looks so tired. And I think it's because she hasn't been able to get a good sleep. No, well, her gut's fine. So luckily she's passing fine. She's relieving herself fine, which is, you know, thank God for that. She just keeps throwing up. She's like always nauseous. So I think it's just she's got a tummy problem. Last time, because this happened to Blueberry, and I was so concerned. I'll never forget when that happened to Blueberry because Blueberry just started chucking up, and I was editing, and then she just started throwing up every like 10 minutes, and I was like, oh my god, what's going on? To the point that she couldn't throw up anymore, and she started making noises of pain, and I was like, oh my god, what is happening? And I started crying because I was like, what's happening? I don't know what's happening. And it was like 1 AM. And there were no 24-hour vets open at the time, so I stayed up until 8 AM so I could get her to a vet. She had catstro, so she had gastro. But for a cat, I have no idea how she got it. She never goes outside. We don't have outside cats. They stay inside. And they drugged her. And when I brought her home, she was out of her mind. It healed in like the span of 30-ish hours, but they popped some drugs into her to make her like feel better from the pain in her gut that it was giving her, and she got home and was just and I was like, are you okay? I'm hoping that for Mary, first of all, I hope they find out what is wrong with her. Second of all, I hope they pop her with something so she can actually like get a proper rest. I think she needs some pain relievers.
No, it's seriously the worst. Brittany told me. She said that the vet was like, well, it might be a blockage. We can take an x-ray for you. That'll be $3,000. And Brittany was saying to the vet, but she, like, pooed normally. I don't think it's a blockage. I think there's something wrong with her stomach. And the vet was going, oh, well, gee, I don't know. But we can x-ray for $3,000 anyway. I was like, get out of there. Get out of there. I don't think that's a good vet. Instead, they just took her blood and said, we'll tell you if anything's wrong. So I'm glad they're going again, honestly. To a different place this time, of course. $3,000 for x-rays is disgusting, right? When I heard that, because Blueberry got x-rays taken when she had catstro, because I was worried that she'd eaten something and so was the vet. So they took her x-ray at the time. That was like $500. Not even. So when they told me $3,000 for x-rays, I was like, I think they're like actually just trying to get their money's worth here, because what the hell? Because Blueberry had x-rays on the day. There was absolutely not that much. But now I have an x-ray of Blueberry's stomach. There was nothing in there, by the way. I have an x-ray of a primordial pouch. Right? Like that, it was just a ridiculous price. When she told me, I felt really, really bad. Because I was like, oh fuck, I bet that's a bad bet. Just for x-rays, 3,000 is insane. Anyways, they're taking her to a good vet now. Hopefully a good vet now. And hopefully this vet will actually be able to help Mary. I'm kind of expecting Mary to be kept in the vet overnight. Because she's just looking so tired. And I have a feeling a good vet will probably want to monitor her. Anyways, you'll all be updated on Mary's status when I get updated. I'll let the Discord know. Look, I'm expecting that it's just Mary has a bug, and the bug's making her feel nauseous, and because of that she just can't move much, and she's very tired from, you know, vomiting. Well, that's what I'm hoping it is, but I feel like that might be the case, and they need to actually give her something to help expel the bug. Bug be gone. So I'm trying to rush through this now because I have to record. And I have to get ready to record as well. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna finish the audio editing tomorrow. And also keep editing this tomorrow, but I have to get ready for recording. Camera recording for my other video. So, it's saying that I'll be leaving you fellas. Hope that's okay. Thank you for hanging around. I appreciate it. Ooh. Appreciate it. I will be seeing you tomorrow for more editing, more work. The grind never stops, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, thank you for hanging out. My nails rule. I'm cutting them off after the recording because they're making me crazy because some of them have broken off. Anyways, thank you everyone that made my box. Alright. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow for more editing.